Welcome back, everyone. A young man approaches a monastery and knocks on the door. An old monk opens the door and says, "Yes, can I help you?" And the young man says, "I'd like to join this community and live in this monastery." And the old monk says, "Well, this is a very disciplined life. It's very severe." He goes, "I know, I want to join." He goes, "You should know something. We don't speak at all, ever, except for once a year. We can say 2 words to the abbot. We meet with the abbot once a year, and you're allowed to say 2 words, but you can't speak at all beyond that." And the young man says, I still want to join this monastery." So the old monk admits him. He spends the first year, he's completely quiet, and he's following all the prayers, and he has his opportunity to meet with the abbot after a year. And he goes in, and the abbot says, "Well, what are your 2 words?" And the young man says, "Food cold." And the monk says, "Well, okay, I'll talk to the cook and see if we can't keep the food a little bit warmer for you." The second year comes, and the young man stays quiet the whole time, never speaks a word. And it's his 2nd year anniversary, and it's time to meet with the abbot. And he comes in and meets with the abbot, and he says, "Well, my son, what are your 2 words this year?" He says, "Bed hard." So the abbot says, "Well, we'll see if we can get some more straw and put it in your mattress and make you a little more comfortable." The 3rd year comes, he's still completely silent, and it's time to come meet with his abbot. And the abbot says, "What are your 2 words this year?" And the young man says, "I'm leaving." To which the abbot replies, "I'm not surprised. You've been nothing but complain the whole time that you've been here." So even when we settle things down and we get quiet still, those old habits come through. I want to talk about a principle in trauma-sensitive mindfulness that's important. In his book, Trauma-Sensitive Mindfulness, Trelevin, who I mentioned last night, he reminds us of a story about the Buddha. As the story goes, while meditating on the banks of a river one day, the Buddha overheard a musician teaching his student how to tune his sitar. "Tighten the strings too much, and it will cause them to snap," said the teacher to his student. "Leave them too loose, and they will not be able to make music." This struck the Buddha because after experiencing extreme wealth and power in his former life as Prince Siddhartha, he had swung in the other direction, practicing extreme forms of self-denial in his quest for enlightenment. But still, he was not finding the peace he desired. After hearing the musician teacher, the Buddha committed to walking a more moderate path, one that occupied the middle ground between extreme luxury and extreme self-denial. In Buddhist teaching, this has become known as the middle way. The Stoic philosopher Seneca agrees, having once said, "Everything that exceeds the bounds of moderation has an unstable foundation." The middle way is a highly relevant idea for trauma-sensitive mindfulness. Trauma is a form of stress and can create extreme mental, emotional, and physical states. A fight or flight response mobilizes a powerful burst of this survival-based energy. And there's also a freeze response that effectively traps that energy. In post-traumatic stress, this energy remains unintegrated, causing a wide range of complications. So someone who witnessed a horrific assault might become chronically hypervigilant, unable to regulate their emotions. Or a person who grew up in an abusive home might become chronically dissociated and unable to feel many physical sensations in their own body. Trauma survivors can go back and forth between states of intense agitation and extreme numbness. The aim of trauma-sensitive mindfulness is to help people cultivate a practice that avoids these two extremes. We want to ensure that trauma survivors can safely observe and tolerate the range of their experience. One way to do this is to stay in what's called the window of tolerance, a term coined by Dan Siegel, the clinical professor of psychiatry at UCLA School of Medicine. The window of tolerance is the first of 5 trauma-sensitive principles that we'll talk about this weekend. And it's a foundational concept that will be useful for us to know going forward. Understanding and becoming more aware and more familiar with the window of tolerance will help you find ways to appropriately widen that window of tolerance when it's helpful and useful to do so. The window of tolerance is an internal zone of support for survivors and a starting point for all trauma-informed practice. We don't want to go outside that window of tolerance. It costs too much, and it doesn't allow us to engage in the practice. So the first principle is to know the window of tolerance and to stay inside that window of tolerance through self-regulation, moderation. I often clearly speak about this window of tolerance during yoga practice when I encourage practitioners to enter into a stretch, but then add the guidance of exploring your physical boundary lines by not stretching too much to the point of injury, just quickly raising your arm up and tearing or any other way that would distress you, but also not backing away if there's room to safely stretch a little further in order to benefit your health. So we can do this when we talk about the physical body very easily, and we can employ the same kind of attention, though, to the with regard to balance when we're talking about dealing with thoughts and emotions and mental sensations that are happening. And we can more effectively learn and recognize the signs that we may be exceeding our window of tolerance and allow for some common sense modifications. This way, we can experience the benefits of the practice without the risk, or at least limiting the risk. A few more just theoretical concepts related to the window of tolerance. It has to do with this notion of the middle path between the two extremes. And there are examples of this everywhere we turn. Some that we know about and some we don't even think about very much, like how your body is keeping your core temperature right now, in this relatively safe zone around 98 degrees or so, a region that's between extreme cold and extreme heat. And we do this all the time. Dan Siegel uses an image of mindfulness as a body of water, running water between two riverbanks. On the one side of the riverbank, he says, we find chaos. Life is turbulent and unstable, and we tend to feel out of control. On the other side of the riverbank, there's rigidity. Life is stagnant, fixed, and we tend to feel stuck. In between these two banks is a river that strikes a balance between the two extremes. There we find harmony and equanimity, and our lives flow freely. in trauma-sensitive mindfulness, the variable that we're interested in is arousal, what starts to pick up in us. Arousal is really meaning just our basic readiness for life and whatever challenges that approach us. And arousal, it originates in the brainstem, activates our autonomic nervous system, you know, that part that just automatically kind of involuntarily kicks in. And this helps us to respond to the demands of the world. If we need energy to do something, even just to get out of bed or pick up our child, arousal picks up, increases. When we rest, it decreases. But with post-traumatic stress, arousal can end up fluctuating wildly between the two extremes. Overly sensitized to traumatic reminders, we end up experiencing too much arousal, hyper-arousal, or at times too little arousal, hypo-arousal. It's a precarious state and one of the brutal costs of trauma. When we're hyper-aroused and have too much of the window of tolerance. But this is one of the reasons that survivors can run into some difficulty with mindfulness meditation. Because post-traumatic stress causes particular areas of the emotional brain to just continue signaling threat, even when the threat has already passed. We re-experience it, we remember it, and we feel sometimes like it's happening all over again. When a survivor is outside their window of tolerance, then paying mindful attention to all of that going on can be troublesome and sometimes even impossible. No matter how hard they might try, survivors can end up following basic mindfulness meditation instructions, yet remain incapable of regulating their attention. It's a frustrating setup for those struggling with this kind of post-traumatic stress. But you can learn how to identify signals that tell you whether you are inside or outside your window. If you're feeling foggy, listless, or numb, you're likely experiencing a kind of hypo-arousal. If you're feeling hypervigilant and anxious and you notice your heart racing or your breath changing, you're probably experiencing a kind of hyper-arousal. Practicing when you leave your window of tolerance and eventually, or not practicing noticing when you leave your window of tolerance and eventually finding your way back in with modifying the practices. And this is a very important thing to be doing, not just as a kind of survival tool, but as a way to really enter into the practice without any further injury. It's also a way to regain your own self-agency again when maybe you have had a sense of losing that. through trauma. One other thing about the window of tolerance is it can vary from person to person and within a person from time to time. You know, when the fuse is so short at certain times, and then other times feels like, oh, okay, I can handle that. I can take that on. So mindfulness can be very effective in helping us to notice our arousal zones, and also can help us to gain self-regulation and bringing us back into our window of tolerance. So I'm curious if any of you are aware of this idea of window of tolerance, and especially know when there are times when you're outside of it and what that experience is for you. Do you ever notice being inside or outside that window of tolerance? And how do you know? Anyone want to share?
One thing I noticed this morning was I realized that, despite as pleasant as the rain is and listening to the sounds and such, it occurred to me that I was practicing mindfulness outside. It took me back to thinking about the first rain that we had September 11th, when the pit was on fire, and I thought, looking up at the rain, we all were happy at first because we were having the rain on our faces, and someone mentioned these are all the raindrops that God is sharing for all those lost. And then it occurred to me, we didn't think about it's just the rain that was coming down on us, on our faces. It was basically the atmosphere cloud of the dust and the chemicals that it was acid rain that was falling on us. So it took me back. I had to snap out of it and come back to mindfulness.
Yeah, so how did you do that? How did you snap out of it?
It's a little tough. Ironically, an airplane flew out across the sky, so that I thought I get fixated on planes. I had to stop and re-engage myself with the beauty around here.
It can be so hard too, because when there are triggers that are so automatic like that and overpowering, you sort of can't stop them from coming. A plane is going to go overhead, or rain is going to fall. So then it's our response or reaction to that. And what you're saying is really the idea is to kind of reground yourself, and there are different ways to do that, to be in touch with what's happening inside of you, but also be in touch what's happening outside of you, like widening that field. So maybe you're just focusing on the rain or the sound of the plane, but as you did, you can start to look around and notice the beauty of the environment and feel your feet flat on the ground. And that's a way of orienting us back here, because that takes you back to 9/11, and then you're back there. And that's that kind of separation that we talked a little bit about last night, that lack of integration. Your body is here, but your mind is back there, and that's extremely stressful for us, as well as anxiety producing. And so it's really important to find your way back, and to know what are some of those ways that are effective for you, to reorient and come back into the present moment. And we'll do a practice in a little bit that will have us move through different anchors of awareness, that anchor point to kind of come back to. And a lot of it is about feeling your body here in the moment. That's not always an easy thing to do because sometimes our traumas are held in our body. So paying attention to our body is not always easy too. So you have to know if that's okay for you at certain times or not. And then it's also to see and hear the external environment. Yeah. And it ebbs and flows, it's not like we can just freeze everything out and so it's not about trying to push everything away. It's just recognize, oh yeah, my mind is going on this now. I'm back there. And then whatever else happens too, that you feel a certain way, your mood, the emotions, The other thing too is that the breath is a great ally, even though that can be challenging as well for some of us who, particularly if your experience is kind of anxiety based, that sometimes focusing on the breath can produce more anxiety if you have trouble kind of catching your breath a little bit. But if you are able to tap into your breath, because when we're experiencing or re-experiencing traumatic memories, there's a kind of holding on that often goes on. I don't know if you experienced that way too, in terms of that, your breath can be shallow. So, because you're remembering and going back there. So taking a couple of deeper breaths is another way to settle down for many, but you have to see if that's okay for you. And again, that can vary at different times. And thank you for sharing that too. I wonder if anybody else has any other experience of being outside your window of tolerance and knowing when you are, or coming back in and what you've done to be able to do that. This isn't something that you don't know about intuitively. We all can do this. So does anybody else have?
I had an interesting experience last week. Came out of a disagreement that I had with someone, and it wasn't a major disagreement. But after that, I knew I was overreacting. I knew I should have better skills to deal with this than I did. I couldn't think my way through it. I couldn't pray my way through it. So finally I just said, well, it is what it is. Went to bed and was really appreciative of how I got reset in the midst of sleep, and so it wasn't sleeping to try to avoid it, but I really appreciated how the body kind of resets itself in sleep. So that was an interesting experience for me.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great point that sometimes, as we said, trauma is a stressor. And so sometimes we need to just release if we can. Sleep doesn't always come easy though when you're activated in that way, but that's a time too to even practice a little bit of mindfulness in the sense of just allowing whatever it is to kind of be tabled maybe until tomorrow, and so that you can get that restorative rest. And sleep disturbance is a big part of dealing with trauma and anxiety and depression. Our sleep gets all kinds of out of whack. So it's nice that you have that as something to go to where you can then find rest and wake up and maybe see things a little bit differently as well when refreshed. You were going to say something, I think.
I was going to talk about, I have an experience where I get out of my zone frequently, and it's kind of curious to me because it's not part of my trauma history, but often when I'm in a place of worship, a church, sangha, zendo, meditating, I will feel vulnerable and in danger, physical danger. And I've never been in one of those situations where that has happened, although I've certainly read about it, but it's just a thing that happens to me, and I feel very much hyper aroused, and I generally try to start working with that by focusing on my breath, because I do a lot of meditation work, and so I'm used to focusing on my breath. But almost always the two things that help me kind of bring myself out of that arousal state is focusing on my feet, somehow feeling the feet connected to the ground brings me back, or being able to hear sounds, and that depends on what sounds are out there, like your experience of noticing the plane. Sometimes sounds, you notice them and they contribute to the arousal, but often sometimes if there's a bird sound or a nature sound, it helps bring me back out of that. But the feet almost always work for me.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for highlighting that, because that can be very powerful, that sense of grounding. And Father Garrick was talking this morning at Mass about this time of year in the church year, the liturgical year, being this time of being in touch with creation. And so, yeah, sometimes that's a way, not just because some of the sounds are pleasant, because some of them aren't that pleasant, but just tuning in to the environment is opening our field, widening our field. So re-experiencing trauma or anxiety or depression sort of has us turning in, that's the focus. In fact, the root of the word anxiety means narrow, constriction. And it makes sense, right? If there's something that's threatening, that we would take, all of our attention on that for survival. And so, but it sometimes stays very narrow. So purposely opening up that field is important, and tuning into the broad environment is one way to do that. Not necessarily latching on to anything in particular that you notice, a sound or image, but just letting it, kind of be in that wider space. Yeah. Yeah.
When you were talking about recognizing when you were being hypervigilant and outside of that window of tolerance, it's funny. It's just when you've been hypervigilant for such a long period of time, and that becomes very normalized for you. My experience is only lately, when I've been working and studying with mindfulness, am I recognizing it as hypervigilance, that it just became so normalized to feel hypervigilant like that. And I'm really glad you said what you did about focusing on the breath, because I have the same experience, and the body scan works better for me than focusing on the breath. But yeah, so I'm just now learning to recognize it as hypervigilance and not like, this is me.
Yeah, it's a great point, Charles. Yeah.
For sure, I have to say, and what's funny is, I'm a good multitasker, and so this total lack of concentration on one thing, I have to say, sometimes I tap into that because I can focus on all these different things, but it's really hard for me to sit and focus on just one thing because of that.
Yeah, yeah. And it does become the norm, especially if we've been living with certain states for a long period of time, and remember that works for us on some level, or certainly in the case of trauma, being hypervigilant is really important. It's a beautiful protection that our own minds and bodies provide for us. So, but when it becomes more of a trait than a state, I don't know what a state or trait, but when it becomes the norm, then it's something else, because we don't have to be hypervigilant when we're safe and warm and cozy in our bed or whatever, but that's often the time where we're replaying it, and so we're up all night, So, but just recognizing that there's, it's become that, the simplified way to say that is that it's become a habit, and we have these habit loops, the way that we think, our emotional reactions, they become a habit, and it loops around. And so when something happens, like I have too many emails or something, I start to go to my habitual sort of reaction to that, which is like total overwhelm, or can't do it, or it's too much, or my world is crumbling, or something. Like you can apply it to all kinds of things and not even be aware of that completely. So there's another part too to be that you can use as a kind of intervention or modification, and that is during the practice you can spend a little time just focusing on other parts of you too. Sayings or lines for that, affirmations, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think just because of survival, I learned certain things. And what I would say is, for me, it's the body, mind, and spirit. And when my heart breaks, when it's my soul and my heart, my strength will be my mind. So I will be able to overcome that rush, that horrible whatnot that we all need to find. But if I can use my mind to reason my way out and say, well, that's okay, Catherine, because that sucked, or whatever. And then I work my way quickly, because I can't stay in that state, because I know it's going to be too dark and we'll go back to a place that I can't tolerate. And then I work my way back with my mind to balance out my broken heart and soul. And that's how I consistently have done it for a lot of years. I talked to my sister this morning, because there's certain things that you want to remember and not remember. And she said, Mama will have been dead for 50 years. And I went, holy guacamole, I didn't really want to remember that. She's like me, but very different. Well, that must be why I'm here. Not get out of it. And keep building on it and building on it. And so I just share that, because that's the only way I've been able to survive, is to reason my way out of that emotion.
Catherine, how do you know when you're kind of going down that road and then you shift to reasoning your way out of it? Like, are there signals that you get where you're saying, I'm kind of getting lost in this?
I'm a very visual person, and very, I feel it right away. I either feel it, I see it, I know it. I can take it from when I'm talking to someone and their shit. I just know it, either for myself or for that other person. And then, as an academic dean, I used to be able to say to the students, yes, now use that bright mind, work. And that was a way that I could help them. And it would, and a lot of them, how shall I say it, for me, I was gifted with a certain skill. And so that's even more and more students would be able to teach me, as you all have taught. And I must say, I learn every second from you, truthfully. And I am grateful. So that when that rush comes in for someone else or myself, it just, now it's automatic. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of that, shifting and changing and creating new habits of mind, which we can do. And that's mostly through repetition. As I was saying last night, that's how we can, when we bring our attention back, or we take our attention from somewhere else that has kind of gotten lost in a storyline or back in a memory. And every time we bring it back, whether that's formally inside the practice or we're doing it, just as we're sitting outside and recognizing what's happening to us, we can be mindful at any moment. But the formal practice helps us to kind of build that muscle.
I would say I have conversations with myself, with my mother, with Mary. I have constant conversations in my mind, if that makes sense. I don't know if, and that helps me too. That gives me probably comfort. It probably gives me guidance. But I do have these, I guess, mothers that love me. For real or in my head or whatnot. And because of that constant conversation, I'm not that afraid. I'm not that alone. I'm not that by myself, even though I know I am at the end of the, tree and someone's gonna saw it off. But it's okay for some reason. Because if I'm supposed to fall, I'm supposed to fall. Or if someone's supposed to take a saw, then I needed to learn that they have a saw. And maybe that's a risk that I'm willing to take because I lost a lot young. So why not risk it? I don't know if that makes sense to folks, but it's kind of like being able to put one foot in front of the other.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Yeah.
Question and push on to the other side. Is the traumas that are highly shaming, abuse as a child, or things where you so submerge that then you don't, in my experience, I don't relive the experience. It's so removed because the only way to survive was to deny sort of that it could even have happened. And so the behaviors are a little more insidious because they're, I think, to the point of the hypervigilance that it's now almost a positive trait because your coping mechanism is now this strength activated in the world. And so it's sometimes difficult because you're not actually in the trauma. You're navigating the world as a result of having habituated behaviors around survival mechanisms, and you've turned them into strengths. And that for me is much harder to see is when I'm moving away from this window of tolerance and actually exhibiting a behavior that's not healthy because it's how I've navigated the world for so long.
Yeah.
And so that's the question is sort of, how to sort of draw yourself back if some of those things are so much a part of you that it's difficult to see them.
Yeah, and sometimes depending on how that gets expressed, you might get a lot of support and affirmation for that. Like sometimes we when you have trouble sitting still even, so then we, put that into our work, and then we're very successful with work. So we get a lot of acolytes for that, but it might be where we're not really working with, say our trauma. And so that can be hard because, people like you if you're working hard and, or you're people pleasing or something, and so I think it's sometimes not knowing or not dealing in the sense of having it, kind of muted without it being integrated or work through is an example of that hypo arousal. It can be so hypo in the sense that it's just not, it's just, and that's that kind of lethargy around the actual, working with the trauma, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but yeah. So sometimes we're so focused on it and there's this hyper arousal around it and the startle response and all kinds of triggers and reminders and all. And then there's that hypo where it's just like, well, that's way back there, but yet it's still kind of working on us. And so that's why there's this urging to kind of find that middle ground where it's integrated into your life, but it's not overwhelming your life, but it's not something you've just ignored too. And it's kind of coming out sideways or in different, and that's an ebb and flow in both directions. It's hard to just let go of your hypervigilance, and it's hard to kind of just pick yourself up by the bootstraps when you feel very muted or low energy around doing the work. So we just try to work with that in this dynamic of adding stability and support and then going towards processing or integrating that trauma.
Can I follow up on that a bit?
Yeah.
So with the very example that Jim's using, so hypovigilance can be a coping mechanism, okay? And so I hear there's some support for that.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is, when one's overwhelmed by the trauma of that, and that's the coping mechanism, my sense, and I think you mentioned this last night, suggesting mindfulness can trigger the trauma, So I'm wondering if the one way out of overcoming the overwhelmness is at least to be able to talk about it, before one triggers it,
Yeah, and with support, I think that's the dynamic. You don't want to just put it all out there and then feel even more vulnerable, right? Because it's not a safe environment or there's no support for you. And so, if that we can go towards and need to, in the sense of processing or reprocessing, integrating that trauma. Yeah. Is that? Yeah.
Is it fair to say that mindfulness can be harder for people who are hyper vigilant? Because even as you try to be mindful, you're hyper aware.
Yeah.
Or is it?
I think it can be both, but I think maybe sometimes it seems a little bit more pronounced if there's hypervigilance. But an example of it creating difficulty in hypo arousal in practicing is that you go to sleep every time you go to do your practice. You're going to sit for 10 minutes and next thing you know, you wake up, it's an hour, you're zonked out. That's going to happen from time to time just because we're tired at times, but that can be a pattern. So there's that kind of not attending, really not paying attention, and that's a really great defense mechanism in the face of trauma. We hear this a lot in sexual abuse. A person is down on themselves after the fact because they say, I didn't fight back. I just laid there, and I didn't struggle, and I could have done something to stop it. But that is an actual defense mechanism, when the body shuts down on some level and you become very inactive, and it's a way to protect you. And so that can feel, I understand why people feel, regret about that or kind of kicking themselves about that, but you can thank your body for doing that. It was trying to protect you, It's just that when that threat is now gone, it's not helpful for you to go numb and to not be, totally present in your relationships that are healthy and all that. And so that's where we look for that balance. But yes, when it's hyper, it often is pretty obviously problematic. You know, we're sitting here and I'm saying, oh, just close your eyes and be still and notice your breath. And you're like hyperventilating or whatever, you can't catch a breath or your mind is racing. But hypo is just as challenging. It just looks different. Yeah, and then we'll.
Two quick things. First of all, the New York Times, it might have been Washington Post, but I think it's the New York Times, has just done a series on that in that complete shutdown. And they had all these police saying, oh my God, on all these cases. I said, well, you didn't do anything. And now I'm learning that it's a medical thing that people are just go into this particular state where they just shut down. And I was wrong in all those cases, but at least I'm learning now what the facts are, and I will never do that again.
Yeah.
So, but the other thing I'm wondering is if it's something that happened that you're traumatized by, about which you can't shake shame, are there different things that you should veer toward, or certain things that just never work?
What do you mean by certain things that?
Well, I'm thinking of something that happened to me as a kid that I still have that shame about, and certain things that just don't work for me. I can't think of an example right off the top of my head, but it seems like there probably are certain things that aren't going to work, and other things I should look at more closely. I just don't know what they would be. Like concentrating on your feet or something. I've never heard of that, and that could be helpful.
Yeah, and sometimes in the processing of the trauma, when you're actually working on that with support, whether that's a professional who's working with you, or whether that's, you know, a supportive community, or then at some point during that processing, there's usually when there is shame, there's this you work with that, you know, and you look at the messages that you're still getting about that, and you can kind of challenge those too and say, well, I was a kid. What did I know, or what could I do? You know, this is why last night we were saying this about early trauma is so challenging, because a child doesn't have a lot of self-agency in terms of their safety. They're dependent on their caregivers, and if their caregivers are not dependable in that way, or abusive, then they don't have a lot of options, you know, and they just internalize that as their own stuff, you know, their shame. But as an adult, you can start to see a different way, but that takes work to break that habit of mind, you know, that was like ingrained in you from early on. But again, that's done in an environment of safety and stability, so that you can kind of go and look at some of that, you know.
In your example of the river with camps on one side and, you know, just shut down on the other side, I would tend to agree with that I worked with kids that were preschool, and our first defense or resource to help them was to create that sense of safety, because their bodies get really chaotic really fast toward each other. There's a lot of, you know how it goes. And so the first thing we wanted to capture was your hands, so that they stop hitting or throwing. So I thought that grounding like you do with your feet, but hand prayer position worked really well, really well. And then when they were focused on their hands and they could begin to feel their body, then we could integrate some words like, I am safe.
Mhm.
This is my friend, we had to create the sense of safety before you could come back into the modulation of your river flow.
Right.
You have to create safety, and that first happens, I believe, in the body. I don't think there's any other way you can create a sense of safety unless you're more practiced, where she can take it into her mind. But I think watching very young kids, and this is like the most primal, example, they're lashing out and everything. This is like, the very smallest, least developed person, and what we have to do with them first is to have them capture their body,
Mhm.
create a sense of safety in their body. And I would, suppose that we could extend this to adults. If you're finding that I think maybe grounding in your body would be your first thing to help bring modulation to you. So you really have to do that body scan, as a grown-up, because you don't have a teacher going, prayer position, I'm safe. You have to make that happen. You have to parent yourself inside. You have to parent that inner child that's chaotic and inside there.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for saying that, because the body is, in fact, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, some more about the body, because it's so important. As we say in trauma therapy, the issues are in the tissues, where our bodies are a warehouse, for our lives and our experiences, but they're also a processing center too, and so we can utilize the body to help us to heal. And yes, that's a nice way to do that too. Sometimes you just maybe put your hands on your thighs and feel that kind of grounded, and you have this stable kind of foundation. There's different ways that you can do that. Some people, I see this a lot on retreats. People will make other kind of physical contact with their body that's affirming, a hand on the heart, or they'll just have this sense. So that's very important, and we do carry our histories in our bodies, and it's also something, again, we just approach carefully, because for some people that's a minefield, the body, so to put focus on it, but there are ways to do that appropriately and with support. Lisa, you were going to say something else, I think, and then
Just the round robin of conversations here just brought to mind thinking, hypervigilance and hypovigilance, which hypovigilance, the shallow breathing, and hypervigilance, your heart's beating so fast, like fight or flight. And though you can be exhausted and rest or go to sleep, you mentioned something last night and again this morning, that trauma can manifest itself into physical, medical conditions to the body and the tissue. And I learned and realized, which I had no idea, that your body can also involuntarily take over your body while you are sleeping and having nightmares and thrashes, which when you're at rest and sleeping, you have no control over what is happening in your mind. Yet in the mind, your brain takes over your body's heart rate and involuntary movements, which I myself have experienced conditions which I had no idea these things could happen, that were severe, life-threatening.
Yeah.
And it's just something, like you mentioned, to be mindful of. If you do not have someone there lying next to you, such as I'm blessed to have my husband as a caregiver and lying next to me, but he knows to touch me or
Mhm.
wake me or
Mhm.
something that happens. But there are comfort animals,
Right.
therapeutic animals. And those are things that I believe society, the public, other individuals that are experiencing trauma now, they are not educated about things like this.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why a lot of this work is body work, and untying some of those knots or addressing some of the result of having the body been, entrenched in this kind of traumatic response. It will impact your body. And so that's a place to work in terms of healing. So we'll talk more about the body in a little bit. I want to do a short practice. Are we okay to sit for a little longer before we take a short break? But so this is a sitting practice, and it's working with the anchors of attention. The focal point to kind of come back to, present moment focal point to come back to when you notice the mind going off. Or the body going off too. And so, because this is one of the ways we can kind of modulate in mindfulness practice. Mindfulness is about paying attention in the moment, and often we're focusing on one thing, like the breath, to do that. But actually, as we've been saying, it can be many different present moment anchors of awareness. So we'll just kind of go through a few of those anchors. I'll suggest different objects of awareness to pay attention to, and we'll just move through that for a few minutes. Okay, so as we said, just that physical part of the practice. So just arrange yourself now so that your posture supports this present moment awareness. And if you're in the chair, the feet flat on the floor, and even just kind of noting that, finding a comfortable and kind of stable place to rest the hands. And lengthening up through the spine, relatively so. I mean, you don't have to be we know the spines aren't completely straight like a pencil anyway, they're curved, but just lengthening. So there's a sense of really being present. And then if it's okay to close your eyes, you can close your eyes, or you can leave the eyes open and just kind of soften the gaze. And we'll start with the object of our awareness to be the body itself. And you can include the breath as part of that if you like noticing the sensations of breathing. We did this for a couple of minutes last night. The physical sensations of the breath. And not analyzing it or evaluating it, saying, oh, that's a good breath, or that's not so good, or I need a deeper breath, but just notice how it actually is and what those sensations are like to take a shallow breath or a deep breath. And noticing anything else about this sitting here. That your feet are flat on the floor and your buttocks is in the chair and your hands are resting on your legs or in your lap. And notice what's happening, what thoughts, what emotions, what sensations are coming through, coming downstream into your awareness. And whatever they are, whatever thoughts, whatever emotions, just note them and then come back to this awareness of sitting here physically and breathing. And now let's shift this object of awareness to sound. Using the sense of hearing to receive sound, not so much going out and searching for sounds, but just noticing sounds in the environment. The sound of my voice, the sounds in the room, sounds outside, even sounds within your body, a gurgling stomach, but just use, because remember, we pay attention through our senses. And so hearing is one sense we can use to have present moment awareness. And you might notice how you react to sounds. You hear something and then you start telling yourself a story about the sound or wondering about it, or it reminds you of something. And it's natural for the mind to make those connections. And just letting that, as best you can, just letting that be, and just come back to simply receiving sounds, hearing in the moment. And you might also notice the space in between sounds. What does silence sound like? Now we can move that object of awareness and train our attention on thoughts, not exploring individual thoughts, but noticing the process of thinking when a thought is arising and how it leads to another thought, or how is it sustained. And then when a thought, you can watch a thought as it's leaving. And looking at thoughts, considering thoughts as events, just like a sound is there for a time and then goes. A thought comes in and then goes, and we can watch that process, and in that sense become a witness to it rather than get caught up in it. Like, oh wow, where did that anger that just came up? And it's getting strong, now it's dissipating. Or whatever it is that you notice. And we don't have to figure anything out. We don't have to resolve the thought when it comes in. We can just see it there for a moment or two or more, and then watch it go on downstream. And now let's use our sense of sight. Allowing your eyes to look around the room, look outside the window, and just gaze around a little bit, and then let your eyes come to settle on one particular object and just notice it. And then finally, let's just spend another minute or two in just a kind of open awareness. It's sometimes called choiceless awareness. Just noticing whatever presents in the present moment, be it a sound, a thought, an image, sensations in the body, and just noticing all of it coming and going without kind of concentrating on one particular part. And whatever comes into your field of awareness in this present moment, just noticing it without judgment, without reaction. When we start paying attention, we begin to see that any experience, any event can be an opportunity to bring our attention to it. That we don't have to go on a retreat to practice mindfulness. We can be standing, waiting for the bus and be present and notice our feet. And that's really important to know, that we can pay attention at any time and it's always available to us. And that we have options to that which we're paying attention to. If certain things, giving increased attention to them, are upsetting to us, then we can change that present moment object of awareness, that anchor point. This is a poem by Brad Modlin, and it's kind of like that, just being mindful in the ordinary. It's called What You Missed That Day You Were Absent from Fourth Grade. Mrs. Nelson explained how to stand still and listen to the wind, how to find meaning in pumping gas, how peeling potatoes can be a form of prayer. She took questions on how not to feel lost in the dark. After lunch, Mrs. Nelson distributed worksheets that covered ways to remember your grandfather's voice. Then the class discussed falling asleep without feeling you had forgotten to do something else, something important. And how to believe the house you wake in is your home. This prompted Mrs. Nelson to draw a chalkboard diagram detailing how to chant the Psalms during cigarette breaks, and how not to squirm for sound when your thoughts are all you hear. Also, that you have enough. The English lesson was that I am is a complete sentence. And just before the afternoon bell, she made the math equation look easy. The one that proves that hundreds of questions and feeling cold and all those nights spent looking for whatever it was you lost and one person all add up to something. So let's take about a 10-minute break. Can we handle a 10-minute break? Yeah, and then we'll come back and have a bit more conversation and then another practice before we done at noon. Right, so 10 minutes, be back at like, what time is it? 11:24 and a half.
I have to have something poem.
Brad Modlin, Modlin. Brad. What you missed the day you were absent from fourth grade. Great.
That is too much. Thank you.
Overcoming multiple adversity. Share. I'm very grateful for my husband.
Oh, God.
He was my caregiver. That was the thing. Yeah. Others in this world that are going through their coping mechanisms and what they are going to be suffering from. That this is so pretty. To find here. Yeah. Here.
Kind of too later. Because my energy work is a little different than yours, but it's the same, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was-
I hear about
It's been pretty dramatic.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of years, so I'm interested because I'm trying to write about it, and you know, I'm interested in preventative.
Yeah.
Preventative.
Yeah.
Well, at my age, I better be looking at the children. Or young.
Yeah. Preventative is, yeah, we don't talk enough about it.
Well, they said so over 50 years, and I have very strong energy. I had to recognize what God gave me, what God gave it to me, and how it got disordered and then reordering it.
Yeah.
We know how truly beloved the HR extraordinary. We have so many thoughts that are put in our head and
Right.
absorbed that. They're just not who we are. They don't even lead us into the joys that are present. And so it's a treasure.
Even our theologies sometimes do that.
Hmm?
And even our theologies sometimes, kind of point to what's wrong.
Absolutely.
It's better that it's perfectly fine. It doesn't mean you don't want to grow or whatever.
So even to today, as long as I've prayed and meditated, I made a lot of mistakes in my beginning just because I was new and young in the field. But even today, I didn't want to bring it up because I think there's a lot of people that need to share. But I was thinking about recently, my daughter got offered a wonderful job. And there was this, she wasn't sure whether she could take it or not. And there was this independent conflict in me, my energies were conflicting about it. And so I was sitting there, she was talking to somebody who was praying with her about it. Boom, I went right into my childhood. And the same time that my childhood, I was with my children, thinking about how much our relationship is precious and beautiful. And in my own childhood, I could hear that point where my parents were very passionate.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can all say that at times, right? Because it's hard to parent, especially when the kids are little. And, I say, oh, I wanted to cherish them, but really I just want them to get the hell out.
But the interesting part was that I was freed. I could say, those aren't my values.
Yeah.
I value the battles in the trees and the freedom to choose in life and live simply and happily. Oh wow, sing it. I'm free.
Right.
And I think that keeps going on. We keep getting increasing freedom, clarity, of being, and a freedom to live that, which is so beautiful. And I think if we could only start younger, at 80 years old, you're not saying.
Well, sometimes that's just the process, right? It'd be nice if it was sooner. But I don't know if it can, maybe, I don't know. Kind of the two halves of life thing, I mean.
I guess we
Not too many 20-year-olds are looking for that kind of,
maybe they would though. If
maybe
started
if they,
at 10
yes, right.
or 8.
Yeah, or like if this was part of the curriculum from the
Yes,
beginning.
that.
And it's starting to be that. It wasn't about mindfulness. It's really coming into schools.
My field is Christian education, Christian ministry.
Yeah.
So mostly I thought not working with children, but I do say now.
Yeah.
I have children right
That's what you have to
recognize
offer.
that.
Yeah, right.
This is me, and I'm not gonna give it up for anything. And that idea is not gonna take me years to have.
That's why I love this poem, it's kind of, I love this poem that I use,
This is wonderful.
that's kind of,
Get that from me, I'll get it.
yeah,
Well, thank you.
Started good time.
We settled on water.
Yeah.
That's program. Tell me what these people are, almost like something that is self. I haven't got my. I haven't.
Well, maybe I'm calling you back a little early, but. Does it look like we have them back? Yeah. Thank you. So I want to talk to you just for a few moments because I've been talking a lot, but and we want to talk about the body. Came up in our conversation, our discussion here. I'm going to say a little bit more about it, and also with a theme of letting go. I don't always like that term, letting go, or maybe letting be is better or something, but it does require us on some level at some point in terms of our trauma that we work on this kind of release, right? And I don't mean to just like discount it and say, oh, you're fine, you know, and that kind of thing. But at some point, and this can be a challenge because I'm very attached to my stories, you know, and the things that have happened to me, especially the real difficult ones, you know, they're embedded in me, you know, and you don't have to forget all about it, but what parts do we need to let go of so that it does become more integrated for us? And that's why I think, you know, mindfulness has so much to offer, that we can train ourselves and strengthen our capacity to pay attention in this non-judgmental way. And that's really important. And that we can start to approach and really notice and understand, you know, our inner experience, the emotions that are coming up, the thought streams, not just the individual thought, but where that's coming from and how that was triggered and all that, you know. And so that's really important. This is why mindfulness, the other word for mindfulness, is called insight meditation. That it's not just about concentrating, and it's not just about being present in the moment. It's what happens when you do that, and you increase your capacity for that. You become, in the tradition's language, a wise person. You have wisdom because you can see how life really is, life on life's terms, and you can also understand your own, you know, reactions to that, and that's wisdom. So that's really important. But part of that is that we have to release some things, let some things go. Now, this theme shows up in a lot of different traditions. So this is not just something in mindfulness. Many of the great religions have emphasized the importance of letting go, of non-attachment, of non-clinging.
gravesite. And when Mary finally recognizes Jesus, she reaches out to him. And then you hear this very curious statement by Jesus. He says, Mary, do not cling to me. So even in that, where you would say, well, that's pretty good that we should cling to Jesus, but he's pointing to that we can't overly cling. There's more that needs to happen. And this is, I love this story in the Christian scriptures, because you know that part of that for Mary is about her grief, and she wants to hold on. And he's saying, no, we're moving into a whole nother thing right now, and it's going to look different. So he says, Mary, do not cling. The Buddha once said that all of his teaching could be summed up in one sentence. Nothing is to be clung to as I, me, or mine. So mindfulness is about this kind of non-attachment or non-clinging, by redirecting our attention when we're caught up on something. And in the practice, we begin this just simply observing thoughts, and then we begin to let them go downstream. We can note them when we're sitting there quietly and we notice, there's fear. You can name it, and then release it, practice releasing it. It might come right back again, and you get to practice it again. And that's that strength building. It's actually a good thing. It's a rep. The mind goes off into something, and you just gently bring it back. It goes off again. Great. You have a chance to do another rep, I don't know if you know Mark Nepo's work. I love his work, writer. He's got a book called The Book of Awakening, Having the Life You Want by Being Present to the Life You Have. And in that book, he tells the story of his friend Robert, who experienced the value of letting go. They're together one evening talking, and Robert starts recalling the time 2 springs ago when he was determined to paint the family room. Up early, he was out the door to the hardware store, gathering the gallons of red, the wooden mixing sticks, the drop cloths, and the one-time brushes that always seem to harden no matter what you soak them in. He got home and he mixed the paint outside and waddled to the front door with a gallon in each hand, the drop cloth under his arm, and a wide brush in his mouth. He began to laugh in telling what happened next. I teetered there for minutes, trying to open the door, not wanting to put anything down. I was so stubborn. I had the door almost open when I lost my grip, stumbled backward, and wound up on the ground, red gallons all over me. After hearing the story, then Nepo comments, amazingly, we all do this, whether with groceries or paint or with the stories we feel determined to share. We do this with our love. We do this with our truth, our sense of truth, even with our pain. It's such a simple thing, but in a moment of ego, we refuse to put down what we carry in order to open the door. Time and time again, we are offered the chance to truly learn this. We cannot hold on to things and still enter. We must put down what we carry, open the door, and then take up only what we need to bring inside. I think this is a great story about letting go, and also that we can work with that. There are some things we can hold on to, but we try to hold on to everything. We don't even try. Sometimes it just is forced on us. But so it's something for us to consider this weekend. What are my paint cans that I'm carrying? And might I consider putting them down, at least to see about getting through a new doorway? sometimes that's difficult because we're talking a lot about the kind of hypervigilance and hyper arousal. But remember, it's fight, flight, or freeze. And we sometimes forget the freeze one. That's that kind of hypo-arousal. It's part of it. This kind of freezing up, this immobility. And that's central to traumatic stress also. If we're unable to flee or to fight, we freeze. And with post-traumatic stress, this freeze can force us into continually reliving unintegrated elements of the trauma, just over and over. And it doesn't resolve by us thinking about it or working with it in that way. We lie awake in bed at night, haunted by intrusive thoughts, or suffer under the weight of crushing sensations in our chest that signal that we're in danger, even when we're in a safe place. With trauma, the horror that began outside of our body ends up trapped within it. And sometimes we're just holding on for dear life, and even in some way refusing to put down the paint cans of our lives, which prevent us from going through that threshold into a new way of being. It's not your fault. It's the design of trauma. We're just acknowledging that and finding a way to work with it and work through it. This brings us to this second principle of trauma-sensitive mindfulness, to shift attention to support stability. So we've said some of these before, especially in our discussion here today, about just opening the eyes and paying attention to the surrounding environment, looking at a tree for a while outside the window, for an example, or an object in the room. Or rather than beginning the meditation by concentrating on the breath, you might choose anchors of attention that are more stabilizing, more steady, not just that kind of air that's going in and out of you. And we've mentioned things already about that: feet on the ground, hands planted on your legs, palms together, hand over the heart. These are all ways that we can communicate with our body that it's okay, it's grounded, it's in this moment. And you might come up with your own. And so it's so important that we have this sense of stability. In order to shift our attention, we first need to come to attention, right? Before we can move it to a certain object. And this coming to attention in a lot of the trauma work is sometimes referred to as the orienting response. Orienting response. We orient to a certain present moment object of awareness. And that sometimes that can be challenging to stay with that. And it's hard to hold our attention. The word attention means to stretch toward something. So we bring our attention to something, and it's a stretch sometimes, and it doesn't feel like we can maintain it, and that's okay, because it's an ebb and flow. We just come right back to it, This orienting response is a narrowing of our consciousness to help us gather information. So we orient to something, and when we start to pay attention to it. And orienting can take place in ways that are visible outside of us and invisible inside of us. Like if our breath is a little shallow, the orienting response kicks in and starts paying attention to that automatically. What's wrong? What's going on? Yeah. So this is important for trauma-sensitive mindfulness, that if you're struggling with trauma and you tend to be reflexively kind of orienting toward things, your attention is being pulled all around by traumatic triggering kind of stimulus. So noticing that I heard a sound and I had a very extreme reaction to it. You can notice that, be aware of that. we talked earlier about how the body holds trauma. And a lot of times we have a traumatic event and the body is involved. I mean, maybe directly involved, as in your body was abused or injured. But your body will be involved anyway, even if it's a kind of a mental trauma, because there'll be a reaction in the body, a gripping, a holding on. And so many of you know the work of Peter Levine, a trauma specialist. He spent a long time studying animals in the wild and how this kind of freeze response that happens in their bodies, this immobility response. And remember, as we said before, that freezing increases the likelihood of survival for mammals. So it can reduce the predator's urge to kill, or it can just buy time or create a state of numbness that protects against the extreme pain and terror that it might be experiencing. So it's a very effective tool. But what Levine observed is that after a life-threatening encounter, animals typically discharge a freeze through shaking or running. They release the survival-based energy that was mobilized and needed at the time. And now that the threat is passed, they discharge it. This was detailed also in Robert Sapolsky's book. He's done some very interesting work. And one of my favorite titles of his, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers, because once the trauma is passed, they just go back to like grazing on the grass. They're not thinking, oh my gosh, I should have got a PhD and I never amounted to anything, or whatever else you think, that we have with these prefrontal brains and all that, right? But so he details this. And there's this amazing video, which I was going to show you, but we don't have the setup for it. It's a 2-minute video. I'll give you the link for it. And it's about a polar bear who is being tracked by some researchers who are in a helicopter flying over it at very low height. And they're tracking it, and this huge polar bear is trying to get away on the ice, and it's running. And eventually they put a dart in it, and it knocks the polar bear out, and they land the helicopter and they go examine it for their study. And while they're doing that, they notice that the polar bear, while it's basically unconscious, not completely, it's starting to shake, and it's even moving its legs. Maybe this was some of what you were saying about in sleep. This happens too. The polar bear is trying to discharge the energy that it just had from on this, what it perceived to be a life and death chase. And you will see it. It's amazing footage. It wasn't the intention to show that part of it, but some of these guys who are working in this area saw that, said this is what we're talking about. And he moves his paws and he shakes, and then after he shakes it off, I remember my minor league baseball coach telling me that the first time I got hit by a pitch, he said, shake it off. I'm like, what do you mean? Yeah, before you take first base. But that's a natural thing to do, is to shake it off, So this polar bear is doing that. And then after just a couple of seconds of that, he takes these massive inhalations, and he's lying on his side, and the camera just happens to be facing him, so you can see his abdomen. He just, it expands out like this giant balloon, and then he releases it, and you see his abdomen just retract all the way back in. It's amazing to see. So check that out. But the point is that, we need to do this. Animals do it naturally. The only animals that don't do it are animals in captivities. And the only other animals that don't do it are humans, for the most part, unless you have had that experience, which I have, when I've had extreme anxiety or even panic. I kind of feel that. And then afterwards, I'm like shaky and shivering a little bit. You've maybe felt that in times of fear. You have a close call, car almost hits you, and you get back up on the curb, and then you're like really kind of shaky or even cold. So that's part of it. So that that immobility that happens when we freeze up, we need to exit that. And that's harder for us to do because our thoughts start to say, oh my gosh, that could happen again. And what about my children? And what, like all kinds of things come into our head about it. And then we also have emotions that go along with that, fear and shame. We talked about that before, that can keep us from discharging that survival-based energy. So it's really important that we engage the body. And that is the third trauma sensitive kind of principle, is to keep the body in mind and to really be very intentional about grounding the body. And if need be, discharging some of that energy. And you may be years away from the traumatic event, but still carrying that energy in some ways. And it can kind of come back around again when you think about it. You feel that tensing up again, and there's a need to actually discharge that. And that can take different forms. So I want to do one of those practices now. The idea of walking meditation is that you just are walking for the sake of walking. Okay, so it involves the body a little bit more. So we're not walking as a functional thing like we normally do to get from point A to point B. We're just walking as a meditation. And because of that, it's often done in just a short lane, back and forth, 10, 12, 15 feet. And you walk to one end and you turn around and you walk the other way and then you turn around. And in the Vietnamese language and in Chinese also, the word for this kind of walking meditation, I think it's called Kin Hin or Kin Han. And that word means like using the needle on a loom to go through the, what are they called? Strings on the loom? But to work the needle through, get to one end, and then come back again and go back. And so I like that because it's a good reminder that what we're doing is actually very powerful and it's producing something, a cloth, if you will, or a wall hanging that can be very beautiful when we come back to our own bodies. And so I'll demonstrate this for a second here because it is a little bit different than what we're used to, and we kind of rush our way through it. And like so many things with mindfulness, we kind of slow it down a little bit to give ourselves a chance to pay attention. And in walking meditation, what we're paying attention to are the sensations of walking, stepping, adjusting. Your weight moves to one side, you pick up your heel and you move forward and the other heel comes up, and you can be aware of your whole skeletal structure and the muscles that are involved. And again, we're not analyzing that, we're just noticing. So, but you don't have to go this slow, because if you sometimes it can throw your balance, but you find your own kind of cadence. And then you get to the end of your lane and just pause. And it's a nice stopping point to check into what's happening in my body. And then just walk again. People ask me, what do you do with your hands? Is this special? No, you can just have your hands next to you. But some people like to maybe take hold of their wrist, with one hand and put the hands, the arms behind the back. Or some people like to take interlace the hands together, or as we were talking about before, they have a more formal kind of prayer posture, sometimes called. Take it that way, but you don't have to, do anything fancy. Okay, so we'll do this for about 10 minutes. Okay, so what you do is find a spot first. You don't have to slow walk out to your spot if you want to go out here. I don't know if the grass is pretty wet, so, but out on the patio here in the courtyard is nice, or just in here. And you can move around, don't feel limited by just where you are right now. You can find a little lane over here or wherever you like, okay? And then I'll call you back with the bell instead of screaming at you. I'll just ding the bell once, and that is to indicate that you come back and just come back to your seat, and we'll just spend a minute or two sitting after we do this in stillness. So we also get a sense of moving the body and paying attention, and then coming to stillness and paying attention. And if for whatever reason, it's not okay for you to be up and walking right now, that's fine. You could just do sitting while we're walking. Okay, you just do a sitting practice of sitting still and maybe noticing, your body during the practice, especially. Okay, any questions about it? Any answers about it? Better. Okay, so find your spot and then just kind of start by just establishing yourself and just pause and then just begin walking when you're ready. And like I said, 10, 12, 15 feet back and forth. Let's just come back to this seated position and just notice that settling down that happens if you've been moving, walking around, and how the body can settle. And perhaps the mind will settle also, or not, and then notice that. And just notice your body sitting here in this moment, grounded, even if the mind is running around. And even if your body is tense and your breathing is shallow, you can still be in touch with it and be aware of its physical presence here and find some sense of grounding in it, if just not by the contact points of the body connecting to the earth through the chair, the floor. There's a quote from John O'Donohue from his book about Celtic wisdom. He says, your mind can deceive you and put all kinds of barriers between you and your nature. But your body does not lie. Your body tells you, if you attend to it, how your life is and whether you are living from your soul or from the labyrinths of your negativity. The human there are comments you want to make, and this includes the folks who are remote. Maybe you can chat a question or a comment, and I'm happy to engage that for a while. So, yeah, dinner is at 12:10 or between 12:10 and 12:40. So if you want to catch dinner. Also, I want to encourage you to use the grounds. I know there was some rainfall here, but some of you have been here before, some are new. They're beautiful grounds, and it's another way of just kind of what I like to call kind of aimless wandering, just not, walking to get to the grocery store or whatever. Just walk around and check it out. Even the main drive-in is beautiful to just walk down that with the trees around you. The river, Cooper River, is over here. You can get it. There's a path down here where you can go out to the road and swing around that way. There's a labyrinth on the property. You've got the maps. So there's some open time now between now and our next formal gathering, which is at what time? 2:30. Is that right? Yeah. 2:30, we'll be back here. So you have some time in addition to the meal time. Anyway, I'll stay here for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to go if you want to go, if you need to go, whatever.
We had talked about not being attached to our stories and letting them be. But the question is, how do you distinguish between letting them be versus dissociation?
Yeah, that's a good question. In other words, where you're just not in touch with any of it.
Yeah, how do you know you really let it go, or are you desisting from it and haven't really dealt with it? How do you determine this?
Yeah, it's not always easy, but I think there's other features of dissociation that might kind of hint at that, you know, when you're not really connected to what's happening now. That's part. The next countdown. It's great. Yeah. Almost it. Oh, yeah. I don't know where I put that. Yeah, I think we will try it later on. Yeah, so I get lost. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you got to spend some time for yourself, maybe rest, digest, or get out a little bit, see the river. In this session, I want to talk a little bit about healing and relationship and how important that is. The poet and farmer Wendell Berry reminds us that healing is impossible in loneliness. It's the opposite of loneliness. Conviviality is healing. To be healed, we must come with all the other creatures to the feast of creation. That's not just nice poetry. The researchers and trauma practitioners affirm this too. Judith Herman says trauma recovery can take place only within the context of relationships. It cannot occur in isolation. And then you might know the African proverb, go fast, go alone, go far, go together. So we can't heal from trauma in solitude, even though solitude is important for us. Recovery requires relationship, whether it's the safe and reassuring smile of a loved one or the trained guidance of a trauma professional. Other people are a wellspring of self-regulation. People can help us to feel safe, even though we may have been betrayed by people who were not safe. And so if we can find our way back to places of safety and people who are there, community that's there, then that can take us a long way in our healing journey. And mindfulness, part of the challenge in having an established practice is if you're going to practice each day or most days, a lot of that time you're going to be alone. So it's really important to find communal practice, whatever form that might take. And this brings us to this fourth principle of trauma-sensitive mindfulness that Trelevin outlines in this book that I have been quoting from and really used as the outline for this whole retreat, these different principles. And this fourth principle is simply stated, practice in relationship. Practice in relationship. And mindfulness is a relational practice. And we talk about that all the time. It's about connecting and paying attention and this interconnection. But so often we're talking about the connections within us. And this principle points to interpersonal relationships, those between two or more people. So practicing in relationship means that we get to have the potential benefits of being in relationship that are, and making sure that they're safe and stable and supportive relationships. And that's not always easy to find. It's also helpful from time to time to remind ourselves that the practice of mindfulness is not just for me alone, even though that's what I got in it for. In addition to working on ourselves through the practice, we're also putting something very important back out into the world, cultivating our ability to be more present, less judgmental, and to ultimately to treat ourselves and others with more kindness and compassion. That too is fundamental to the practice of mindfulness and to our healing journey as well. So mindfulness is not simply a self-help program or a way to boost your immune function or help you with your trauma or reduce depression. The research clearly shows that it does all that for our health and much more. And yet, what else does it offer us more globally related to how we want to live our lives? So we don't want to be in isolation and caught in our own recovery process or self-help process. And it is in the teaching a lot that it's this kind of individual experience. We talk about it that way a lot, and we're kind of conditioned to do so. So we hear that's reinforced, but it's important that we see this other part, this interpersonal part, and even the social component, and that it has social implications. As Steve Weinman wrote in his book, Power Under, Trauma and Nonviolent Social Change, he says, oppression, which is the systemic abuse of power, renders people powerless. In turn, powerlessness is the hallmark of traumatic experience. It is therefore inevitable that trauma will be pervasive in a society organized around domination, both because oppression creates countless discrete acts of domination and because institutionalized oppression in itself creates powerlessness and trauma. It's not helpful for us to not be in touch with that or to deny that there is a systemic trauma and that there are certain people in our own society and culture who are disproportionately affected by that. And so we're starting to understand more about trauma that is the result of a systemic oppression and how trauma can be passed on, even spanning generations. Researchers have found evidence that trauma can be passed between generations epigenetically, which means that trauma experienced by an ancestor might affect the way your genes are expressed. You know, we know that across generations, trauma is passed on by the experience and the communicating of the experience, and knowing your family's history can be traumatic by itself. But now we're understanding that genetic material is passed on, whether your ancestors have talked to you about it or not. We're on land that's had that experience. This was a slave plantation. And I have an acquaintance, not really a friend up in Atlanta, who I happened to bump into last week. And he said, what are you doing this weekend? I don't always say what I'm doing because it depends who it is. You know, they were like, you're doing what? But I said, I'm going to this monastery in South Carolina. He goes, where? I didn't know much about this guy either. And he said, and I said, Mepkin Abbey. He goes, I know that. I lived down there, except I left there. My ancestors were slaves in that area, not necessarily right here, but he said, I know what happened following that for generations in my family specifically. He said, so I left there and I don't go back. And it's changed a lot, of course, but that's an example of where people are being traumatized, and it's something that's been passed on. I recently was looking into some of this and discovered this neuroscientist, Bianca Jones Marlin, and she's the principal investigator at Columbia, the Mind Brain Behavior Institute there. She did this interesting study on trauma and transgenerational impacts. Marlin's research focuses on how trauma in parents affects brain structures and sensory experiences in their future offspring, which is called transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. It's a mouthful. So one of her studies that I was really kind of fascinated by was involved almonds. So she and her team would put male mice in a cage. One side would have the scent of almonds and then produce a small electric shock on the mice's feet, while the other side had nothing. The male mice would avoid that side of the cage, and she noticed their offspring would too. In as yet unpublished work, she found that when the smell of almonds was paired with a traumatic event, such as a shock, mice began to produce more of the olfactory neurons that respond to the odor of almonds. So they were keying in, they had developed more neural activity in the parts of the brain that could pick up the scent of almonds, and increased their sensitivity to the smell. And then they looked at their offspring and found that their neural connections around that olfactory site where you smell almonds was also increased there. It's fascinating to think that they didn't have to sit them down and have the talk with them, in order for them to be more hypervigilant and more aware of risk, that it was passed on genetically. It's quite striking. And some of us here probably all of us on some level have been impacted by that, passed on to us. So why all this? Why do we consider these relational parts, interpersonal, social? Because, as I said earlier, it's about integration. And when there's fraction there and separation, and when our relationships aren't aligned, we suffer, and it makes it harder for us to recover. So integration asks us to connect the internal and the external systems that are involved in traumatic stress. And that's not always easy to do, to connect with ourselves, with others, with systems. So we need a practice that helps us expand our capacity for relationships and for deepening compassion for ourselves and for others. So I have a practice that I'd like to share with you. You may be familiar with this. It's not strictly speaking a mindfulness practice because it's more of a guided imagery. So it's a little bit more directive than we think of as mindfulness being. And some of you have heard this. It goes by the name loving kindness meditation, or sometimes it's called compassion meditation. And there's some interesting research about it and its capacity to increase empathy in us and compassion in us. When the Dalai Lama, one of the visits that the Dalai Lama made to Emory University, I was lucky enough to be in one of the meetings. That was a group of researchers, a lot of psychologists, but others too, who are doing various kinds of research, and one of them presented to the Dalai Lama the results of them doing a study about loving kindness meditation, and the before and after, and how you could measure with various tests increasing compassion and empathy and love for others and for the participants themselves. So it's important that we keep that in mind too, that yes, mindfulness is a tool for improvement, self-improvement, and for healing in my own self, but it also goes out, and ultimately mindfulness and the practice is about a love relationship to ourselves and to others and to this life that we're living, as imperfect and horrific at times that it is as well. So if it's okay with you, I would like to do this practice, and I just invite you to use your own sense of choice within it to practice according to what's best for you. And I'll take us through the practice itself, but if you need to adapt in any way, then please feel free to do that, including if you need to get up and take a break or whatever you need to do, so that it's not overwhelming for you, because parts of it can be a little bit intense. The way it works is that I'll invite you to consider certain people in your life and even create an image of them, or at least a felt sense of them. And then there are these very simple phrases that you repeat while holding this image or this felt sense of a person in your life. And there are different, depending on where you find this meditation, these phrases vary quite a bit. So I have just 3 simple phrases I'll use with you. So I invite you to get kind of comfortable. So if you want to shift and maybe get in a different position, feel free to be on the floor if you want. You can even find a spot to lie down. Doesn't matter to me if you end up snoring. So I'm used to that when I speak. So yeah, just arrange yourself how you want to be right now. And maybe the folks at home have a little more of an advantage if you're in your own space there. So just trying to find a relatively comfortable sitting or lying down posture, whatever you prefer. But adopting a posture that invites some sense of ease, even though you may not feel totally relaxed or anything, but just where you can find some softening, where your body is supported to some degree, and you find a place to position yourself that's not holding on too much or straining too much. And you can gently close your eyes for this if you're comfortable doing so, or leaving them open if you prefer, and just keeping that soft gaze or lowering the gaze. And let's go through just a little breathing cycle of taking a bit of a longer breath if it's available to you. So breathing in a bit more deeply, letting the abdomen expand out so that there's room in the lungs to take in a little bit more air. And doing this gently, not struggling. If it's not available to you, that's fine. And then breathing out as completely as you can by drawing the abdomen in gently, not forcing it, so that the abdomen is going back towards the spine, helping to push air out. And many of us, when we are breathing, and especially if we're having some challenging moments with the breath, not finding a deep breath, many of us work on that inhalation. But, another place to work is the exhalation. And it's thought that the in-breath kind of activates. So, if you're in hypo-arousal, we say, well, maybe take in a few deeper breaths, and that kind of activates. And it's thought that the exhalation, that is part of the rest and digest part of the central nervous system. It calms things down. It reduces down. And so that's why when we're anxious or edgy, we say, take some deep breaths and then let it out, So do a couple of those, 2 or 3 of those longer breaths, relatively longer, whatever that might mean. And after that third breathing cycle, just allowing the breath to return to any kind of natural movement and letting it just be as it is without needing to manipulate it or work with it. And then briefly just noticing the body in this moment, and particularly noticing any areas that may feel tense or a sense of kind of a physical blockage or mental blockage, judgments that are persisting, and just seeing if there's room to kind of drop beneath the presenting tension and the judgments to some place beneath that where there's a sense of strength, health, ease, peace. So this is a kind of invitation to softening. If your hands are kind of balled up in a fist, you don't need a fist right now. So it might be hard to release it, but that see if there's room. You might just soften, open up the hand, let the palms be softly on your thighs. We're gripping in the jaw, crunching up in the shoulders, just letting it all soften and release down. For this practice, we mentioned some ways of gently holding on to yourself, touching your own body. And we talked about that one of the hand over the heart. Many people who practice this loving kindness, even though we know love is not just in our physical heart, but we tend to associate that. So feel free if you want to put a hand or two over your heart. And from this posture and this relatively at ease posture, we'll soon begin creating some simple images in our mind's eye. And in holding those images, or if we're not a visual person or we're not closing the eyes, then maybe just allowing this kind of felt sense and holding the felt sense or the image, and then we'll repeat 3 simple phrases as we're breathing in and out, holding this image or felt sense. And I'll say the phrase, and then you just repeat it silently in your mind, in your heart. And you can repeat it a couple of times if you like. The first image will be of ourselves. It's a good place to begin offering loving kindness to yourself by inviting these feelings of kindness and acceptance to arise in your own heart and mind. And this may not come easy for you. Maybe you don't feel that about yourself right now. And we can acknowledge that resistance to see ourselves in a good light sometimes. But still, we can practice doing so. Practice offering self-compassion. So allowing an image of yourself to emerge in your mind's eye right now. And if you're having trouble seeing yourself as someone worthy of love and kindness here in this moment, then you may go back to an image in time where maybe you're younger, maybe more innocent, or at a time where you did feel better about yourself. and let that image of yourself emerge, or that felt sense of yourself. Maybe even seeing yourself as a small child or some other time in your life, and cultivating as best you can a soft, loving heart towards yourself. Seeing the detail of this image, or considering it if you're not seeing an actual image. Seeing your face, the age, how you look, what you're wearing, where you are, just so that it cultivates a little more detail in this imagery or this feeling about ourselves. And imagining yourself here in this moment as safe and secure. And just letting yourself rest in this moment. And as you look upon this image, or you hold this felt sense of yourself, silently repeating these phrases, may I be filled with loving kindness. May I be filled with loving kindness here in this moment. May I be filled with healing for the hurts in my life, the disappointments, the fractures. May I now know some sense of healing here and now. May I be healed. And may I be filled with peace. May I know peace. May I be at peace. If just for this moment, may there be peace in me. And now gently releasing this image or felt sense of yourself. Perhaps sending the image off with a wink and a nod or a smile. And while maintaining some sense of compassion toward yourself, we next move on to include others in this sense of compassion. The Dalai Lama says, if we think only of ourselves and forget about other people, then our minds occupy a very small area. Inside that small area, even a tiny problem appears very big. But the moment you develop a sense of concern for others, you realize that just like ourselves, they also want happiness. They also want satisfaction. When you have this sense of concern, your mind automatically widens. So let's consider someone else, a loved one, moving to a person for whom you most naturally experience feelings of love and kindness. Considering a person for whom you have great affection. No one is perfect, but this is a person who, for the most part, when you interact with them or when you think of them and remember them, they bring up joy and kindness and love. This is a person you may now be close to or were close to at some other time in your life. Imagining your partner, a best friend, a sister or brother, a child or parent, and if no one comes to mind, even a loving pet. This loved one can be in your life today or from your past. This loved one may be living or dead. Getting a mental picture of your loved one right now, perhaps even seeing them come into this room and coming near you. If you do not have an image of a loved one who's personal to you, you might even consider the love or affection of an inspiring person from history that you know of. And if no real picture emerges, perhaps simply focusing on a general felt sense of love or affection that is directed out to another person. Opening your heart now and extending love and kindness toward this image or felt sense. Imagining this loved one safe and secure with you in this moment, and letting them rest here. And repeating these phrases as you picture them in your mind's eye. And you may insert their name. I'll say, may you, but feel free to insert their name as you silently repeat these phrases. May you be filled with loving kindness. Say their name. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be filled with healing for the hurts in your life and the disappointments in your life. This is my hope for you now. This is my wish for you now. This is my prayer for you now, that you may be filled with healing. Say their name. And may you be filled with peace. May you know peace. May you be at peace. May you rest in peace. And now gently allowing this image of the loved one to dissolve from your mind's eye. And next we move to a kind of neutral person, maybe an acquaintance, someone who you may know but really not know very much at all, maybe not even know their name. This is someone for whom you feel neither strong like nor strong dislike for. Maybe a server in a restaurant, the cashier at the grocery store, a person sitting across from you on the train, a neighbor down the street who you don't really know but you see around. And as you repeat these phrases, just allowing yourself to feel tenderness and care for this stranger or acquaintance, for their welfare and well-being. Opening your heart to this person and extending love and grace toward them. Imagining this person safe and secure, letting them too rest for a moment. Seeing them now in your mind's eye, or having a felt sense of them as you repeat these phrases. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you be filled with healing. May you know healing for the hurts that I may know nothing about. This is my hope for you, that you will be filled with healing. And may you be filled with peace. May you too know peace in your life. May you be at peace. Releasing this image now of this neutral person, and next moving to a difficult person, making sure that you stay in your own window of tolerance here. So just deciding what kind of difficult person you want to engage at this point. But this is someone with whom you have some kind of difficulty, someone maybe who causes tension or anger or negative emotions when you interact with them, or even when you just remember something about them. It's a person with whom you may share a difficult past, maybe someone who has harmed you or has been more of an adversary than a friend. But you decide on a person according to the intensity of difficulty you wish to engage in this moment right now, and choosing anywhere along the continuum of difficulty from just a mildly annoying person who gets on your nerves a little bit to someone who maybe has been hurtful to you, but you choose. And this person may be currently in your life or from your past. This person may be living or dead. Doing your best right now to imagine this person in your mind's eye and holding them as best you can, gently in your heart, with some sense of benevolence. Let there be in you, if it's available from you, a sensation, a feeling of goodness toward them. And seeing the pain that they may have caused you as being rooted in their own suffering. Now, if feelings of anger or tension arise in you, see if there's room to release these feelings by just letting go and opening your heart, making space for this person, just for the next few moments. And if this meditation is, at this point, bringing up feelings contrary to loving kindness, feelings of irritation, anger, fear, if that happens, it's understandable. So be patient and kind towards yourself, and allowing whatever arises to be received in a spirit of friendliness and affection without judgment. And if seeing this difficult person in your mind's eye presents a great deal of discomfort, you can try adding to the phrases, "To the best of my ability right now, I wish that you may." And if it all becomes too intense or upsetting for you, taking you outside your window of tolerance, then pump the brakes, step back, perhaps by letting the image go and returning to an image of a loved one and staying with that image until feelings of love and kindness and compassion emerge in you again. And to be clear, by cultivating compassion for a difficult or hurtful person, you are not at this time being asked to forgive them. And you are not excusing the hurt they have caused you. You are just seeing this person as a human being like you, a person who suffers, a person with a past, with hopes and dreams, and you are working with your own capacity to express kindness and love, even to those who are difficult or hurtful. Acknowledging the difficulty, the fracture, the fault line, is an invitation to release ill will between you that may have been caused by them, but now lives in you. This is one opportunity to experiment with letting things be. So doing your best here to imagine this difficult person and seeing them safe and secure, letting them too rest for just a brief moment here with you. If you want to use their name here, you can choose to use their name. May you be filled with loving kindness. May you too be filled with loving kindness. May you be filled with healing for the hurts in your own life, perhaps the hurts that you have passed on to me. My hope for you now is that you may be filled with healing. And may you be filled with peace. May you be at peace. And releasing this image now of this difficult person, and perhaps taking a couple of few deeper breaths and a kind of cleansing breaths if it's created any kind of irritation or anger or tension or hurt in you. And just breathing deeply and releasing. And we're moving now to our final image that is a kind of progressively radiating out image, an expanding image, so that we might send loving kindness out to all of creation. And letting this expanding compassion come from a sense of warmth and tenderness from the very center of our own being. So we begin this image by considering those around you right here, right now, in this room, and the people who are at home, the people who may be in your household. And considering this community that we have created, both in person and online, and recognizing and remembering the people who are around you, practicing with you, sharing this time together. And allowing that image to expand out across the property to the monastic enclosure where our brother monks are. And allowing that image to include all the staff and all the people who come to this place. Recognizing too that there are neighbors down the road from this monastery, and including our neighbors and people throughout this town and across this city. Expanding that image out to include everyone who lives in this state and in other states around this country, friends and family whom you know, strangers you have no idea about, but know that we are sharing this country with them. Letting that image move out to include other countries on other continents, visualizing a felt sense of care for all people throughout the world, the weak and the strong, the mighty and the small, the seen and unseen, omitting no one. Perhaps especially considering certain troubled places in this world right now due to famine, war, insecurities, homelessness, people who are in hospitals, in clinics, people who slept on the streets last night and will do so tonight. May all be filled with loving kindness. May all be filled with loving kindness. Expanding the image to include this beautiful blue-green earth, you know, that image we've seen from space when we look back on ourselves. Seeing upward to the skies and downward to the depths, an earth full of plants and animals, so many creatures standing and walking, seated and lying down. May all now be filled with healing. May all be filled with healing. Continue to expand your compassion, seeing in your mind that we are but one planet of many, and that we exist in this great universe. And expanding further by looking at the many universes and the vast and endless openness, seeing it all now with a boundless heart. All that has ever been, all that is and was and is to come, imagining all of it now safe and secure, letting everything rest free from hatred and ill will. May all be filled with peace. May all be at peace. May all rest in peace. As you gently release this expansive image, bringing your attention back to your breath and this sitting here in this moment, and noticing the sensations of breathing in your own abdomen and chest, and noticing how you feel right now sitting here. And as you gently breathe in and out, I want to read you a quote by John Lewis from his book, Across That Bridge, Life Lessons and a Vision for Change. In it, he speaks about the value and the power of love and compassion and how it can be applied to individuals, but also to the social good. Lewis says, anchor the eternity of love in your own soul and embed this planet with goodness. Lean toward the whispers of your own heart. Discover the universal truth and follow its dictates. Release the need to hate, to harbor division, and the enticement of revenge. Release all bitterness. Hold only love, only peace in your heart, knowing that the battle of good to overcome evil is already won. Choose confrontation wisely, but when it is your time, don't be afraid to stand up, and speak out against injustice. And if you follow your truth down the road to peace and the affirmation of love, if you shine like a beacon for all to see, then the poetry of all the great dreamers and philosophers is yours to manifest in a nation, a world community, and a beloved community that is finally at peace with itself. When you're ready, just transitioning from this time of stillness and this imagery, and taking a couple of breaths, and then maybe transitioning gently by moving fingers and toes, and if your eyes have been closed, gently opening the eyes. I want to have a few minutes before we'll take a little break, but I want to open this up a little. This sometimes can be quite an intense practice for some people, or maybe it's new, or maybe you've done it before. So I'm kind of curious about your experience and this idea about the importance of relationship in the practice and in our own healing. If anybody wants to share anything related to that, or if you want to share about the loving kindness practice and how you're doing with that. And we'll also, if anything comes up in the chat room, we'll take a question or a comment from there as well. What was your experience? What did you notice? What did you discover?
Well, I'm still traveling.
You're still traveling?
But I want to comment on it, that they found an extraordinary capacity that I personally had, that I didn't realize I had. And the key to me several years ago, maybe about 14 years ago, that I was defending and I was chanting the love. And all of a sudden I found myself in Ethiopia. I was right there caring for somebody. I just was there. I had no intention to be there, but I was there. And then right after that, I was in South America in prison with somebody. And I realized that it must be a capacity in the human being to connect with. And so since then, I can't do what God did for your dad. But it gets more, the more you practice this, I think the more it's easier to go, you just go. There's that energy where you can travel. And it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful because you're in touch with other people and you love them. You know who they are, but you deeply love them and care about them right where they are. And I think that practicing, just like you tell us to do this, there's a capacity in us that we can only be more aware of it and work on it. Some people probably have to do a greater or less degree. We all have different gifts with them.
But to find that, it is such a beautiful gift, and I want to thank you for thinking that for us today. And the channel is meant so much for you, and it doesn't always happen, here my little children, we pray every day for twice a day, we want to pray. And sometimes it's there, sometimes it isn't, but it doesn't stop this other. Which keeps me going, the Holy Spirit, when you do a lot of work to each one of them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you're right, it's we can build, that's the point of this practice, we can build our capacity to find in us more empathy, more compassion, more love for ourselves and for others and for the world. And it's not just a pie in the sky idea, it's practical. Dan Siegel says we're energy go, let's see, how does he say it? Where energy goes, neural connections grow. Yeah. We know that, that it's a practical way that we can improve our capacity and we can build the parts of our brain and our whole system that is more empathic, is kinder. It doesn't come easy, but that's why it's a practice. Yeah, Maureen, you have, yeah.
So Valeria Morales shares that forgiveness comes up for me when I think of love and compassion. I also really enjoy being able to hear let go of resentment, as I feel that is something I'm struggling with at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that. It's a lot of this, we're building brick by brick, and we're going bit by bit. So it's not doesn't automatically, it's not magic, it just changes, maybe sometimes you have a breakthrough and you release something or find more compassion for someone, but it's an ongoing practice. And I think that's the key. And we can be patient with ourselves and with others too, when we know that it's not all hunky-dory or much worse, So I would just say to keep practice and practicing, and also be generous with yourself and with others who let you down too, yeah.
I was just reading passages. I have a book which is Secrets of the Divine, the different degrees.
Can you guys hear there? Because I know there's something buzzing over here. Is that right?
I was just reading in room Secrets of Vine, and how God prunes us to be prepared for something better and to be prepared at the right time. From whatever holistic background someone comes with, is in Hinduism, there are different degrees. And your exercise that you just had us go through in the book I was just reading, it describes the discipline and the practice of love and the degrees of love and repentance, because God wants us to have and see the beauties and encourages us to let go of the resentment, the anger, the frustrations that we are holding on to, because He has something more beautiful for us. And this wonderful serendipitous exercise.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I like the pruning of the vine imagery because that takes time. If you want to redirect the growth, you prune it back and then pops up, and you prune it, and then it's eventually starts to go that way, and that's important for us to know that. As soon as I let go of my resentment, 3 seconds later, I'm taking it back again. I don't want to let it go sometimes, even though I decided to, so we do that a lot, we go back and forth, and that's okay, as long as we're kind of zigzagging, but going in a certain direction or trajectory.
May I suggest that you're bringing back the resentment is a type of shielding against the trauma?
Yeah.
That you are shielding yourself so hard against the trauma of this relationship that you are unable to forgive, but then when you try to release, and then you feel so vulnerable and the hurt is still there, and so the resentment comes back, and you're not able to wish the other person well because you're holding your shield up to protect yourself. It's like a trauma response.
Yeah. And again, we see those as a beautiful gift from our own brains and bodies to say, hey, you don't feel safe yet, so reel it back in. It's just we want to work with that too, and see if we can heal that, and so that there is a restoration of safety and stability and self-agency, so that when we can be free. And this is what happens with mindfulness. It affords us more choice, when we're not in that narrow space where it's just like, this is it. So when we open that field, that was a quote from the Dalai Lama too, when we're just turned in on our own stuff, it's a narrow thing. And sometimes that needs to happen. We need the exclusion of others so we can work on our stuff, but then it needs to go back out again. And then the stuff that's going on with us, we see it in a broader field, and that can be very helpful for us.
One that with the mindfulness help me not identify with the resentment, but kind of see myself observing.
Yes.
I'm just observing.
Yeah. That's very much what happens when we're saying just notice and not bite down on the hook of what you're noticing, right? And not get carried away by it. And that idea of being a witness or an observer. And that's why we like to talk about thoughts as events and emotions as events. And instead of I'm angry, which can turn into I'm anger, I'm experiencing anger is a little different. And that, so that little distance can be enough to help us to see it without getting pulled into it, which is a very different vantage point than when we look at it. Back to our conversation about insight and wisdom, we get to see more clearly when we can step back sometimes. My mother is a painter. In fact, she's the one really who was the first person to teach me mindfulness, even though she had no clue what mindfulness was. And I wasn't asking her to teach me mindfulness. I was asking her to teach me how to paint. By about 6 years old, I was like convinced, wow, whatever she's doing, I want to learn how to do it. And she did, but she taught me how to pay attention. The first lesson was to put an apple on the table. And she said, you want to learn to draw? I'm sorry, she didn't put the apple. She said, draw an apple. And I drew it from memory. And then she looked at it and said, that's good, got the stem and everything. And then she put an apple on the table. And she said, well, see if you can draw that apple, And I had known already because I was sitting under her easel and drawing table, from my preschool years. I'd seen how she looked at things and then she represented them, And so then I looked at it a little bit and I said, oh, there's a couple of different kinds of red, and red's not the only color. And she looked at it and said, that's very good. And what else do you notice? And she kept asking me to look at it, to pay attention from a bit of a distance, so that I could represent it. And I learned about negative space. I didn't know that's what you called it at the time, And I saw a shadow that I didn't see before that the apple was casting, And so that comes from this kind of step back and looking, and paying attention. And so that's really important for us, because when we're caught up in it, it's very hard to see. And it's very hard then to get an accurate assessment of what's going on.
That assessment. First thing you started with was how we see ourselves.
Yeah.
I thought that was very interesting because that's the beginning of everything. How we see everything else is colored at least by how we see ourselves too.
Yeah.
So that was a very good way of starting that.
Yeah.
I think most of the time I think of being kind, that loving kindness to ourselves is really transformative, because then we're able to give that towards others, and then as it continues on, and especially when you start talking about somebody who has harmed you. But if we can be loving kind to ourselves, it's really gets harder to go along.
Yeah. So important. And we do often forget that, you know. We're occupied with ourselves, but we're not necessarily asking what do I need, you know, for my own healing. We might, you know, if we're caught up in particular issues that are going on, or particular aspects of our injury or hurt, but we're not seeing that we can offer ourselves care and kindness sometimes, you know, and it's really important. And it will radiate out. I mean, I'm curious about that part when I suggested a difficult person, how that landed for you and what was your experience of that, and were you able to find any room to work with that at all? And if so, how did you do that? That's a lot of questions. But difficult person, what happened when they popped in?
I can speak on that one too, because I had the person very difficult in my life. I had a very domineering mother, very clear mother. And you can see, I like my personality needs lots of energy to be free. And so I had to work on this for quite a while, and constantly gently holding her there, you know, being holding her there. And it's sort of beautiful because I played with my two children, and they had a different. I understood her to be that way, but she had mellowed a lot by the time they came along. So it's very healing because they bring up other memories. And so I can go there in their memories, and I can re-image things in their memory. And so more and more what happens is that when I go there, my heart begins to break for her, because I realize the hardness inside her, which she couldn't admit, was from such a love and deprivation, and who she was, a woman with such capacity that could just, I'm sure I probably inherited much of my capacity to feel and to move out into such distance from her. But I think that because of fears of pain and just not having the right exposure, understanding her and understanding her pain, and understanding the compassion and love for her.
Were you able to in the practice? Did you bring her into your company? Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
The beautiful thing is that what happens is they need to understand other people as such that, and understand that the very heart of them is so personal to us, is the terrible pain they carry in themselves.
Yeah.
And it's sort of beautiful to pray with family too, if we could ever do that. Because I think, like they say, my children can bring in different viewpoints on things that soften, and to soften and listen. So, but it's been a long journey. Probably my heart has been my longest.
It is a journey, yeah. Anyone else want to just say, we'll take a.
Just, I would just add the imagery and the sort of the transit of very kind space and people. That journey was much easier than sort of not judging the thimbleful of kindness that like I had to dispense. And when you start with yourself, you have a small amount of kindness to sort of spray upon yourself. And then you move out and there's this diminishing. And so I found it difficult to sort of It was easy to imagine all the people. It was more difficult to feel like I was just dispensed in this huge gush of kindness, which is its own sort of revelation of how to cultivate kindness so that even for myself, so because it seems to emerge. That's what I realized. Reflecting, starting in starting with the self, the amount of kindness you start with is what you get to carry out of the exercise. So I appreciate that part of the realization.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, and we can grow it. We can definitely grow it, and through practice. Thank you all for taking part in that. It's do we need a little stretch break, stand up break, or take like 10 minutes? Yeah, and we'll come back. So we'll come back at, what does that make it? 3:45, and we'll have our last formal session time together. So let's take 10 minutes. Yeah.
Lots for you. Yes,
Yes, yeah, I should say that. Yeah.
With we reached our discussion this morning. Right. Maybe share. Yeah. And yeah, and he shared the story with and he supported Bill providing a but he shared that was the story. How hard time. I don't understand that with sweet. I don't know.
By yourself. It's not always steady on me. I can't describe it. Because yeah, especially it's only what, 20 minutes.
See that.
I really wanted to partake that too, really. But it means say release the business. Release the.
Yeah. People say that. I'll take this big thing.
I live
Yeah.
Like really words.
There's no concept that the brain of you so.
I was talking to my husband and he literally said, you never stop my heart from I thought you're going to say you wanted to do it now.
Yeah.
So when we said that's following.
You know.
Maybe a couple years.
Yeah, like 2 years later.
Yeah.
So that would be.
Good. Well, I hope it works out. Okay.
Thank you guys for doing that. Really a call.
We're screwed too.
Sorry, I got too brother.
Oh, no, listen, go in here, well, no, that was from obviously, I was getting out. I used to always go. That was meant to be, I would have had guys watching it there, and then I always.
It seems I had said, I'm saying, glass and water, Easter, nothing is with that. And then, yeah. So I'm still not over that yet.
Well, just look at your chicken. Everybody is good. Yeah, a friend of mine's cool, but weekend and I had a 6-hour ride, so I just straight in here. Well, usually, yeah.
That's, listen. How I started in New England, Pennsylvania, when I was Mr. T. A couple of times and did up in the training. US they went out and over in town. Boston, that. New Hampshire, yeah, went out, like down, so I went, like I said, England and trying to get abroad.
When I started out, so when I
It's the point me the ability to have this journey. I did them young, I did them, but I see like, I'm never married, never fulfilled that. It's really good.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of interesting to get
Yeah.
So,
But I have.
I did it.
That's all.
It is popular. I learned. Whatever.
Yeah.
And I worked. Yeah, you just started getting.
And
Yeah, I like them too. I have a couple of them, but they were all gifts.
Yeah.
My wife was there, she was like in the garment industry and she, so, yeah, 30th anniversary, whatever, she gave me to me.
That's really, really good. My husband and I both have one. I have not seen that one. That's.
Yeah, I like it. It's cool and it's got a lot of spots to,
Yes.
yeah.
It looks like it's got a lot of plates and stuff that.
I don't always use them because the hardware is so good on this. It can be heavy when you travel.
I mean, we had ours. 5 years and use
Oh, yeah.
it a lot.
It's like
It's
indestructible.
like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Well,
good
it's very
stuff.
constant. Should be indestructible.
Right. Okay. So a bit of housekeeping. We're ending the session today at 4:30. And that's the end of the formal sessions for today. There's individual conferences, so I'm going to be here after supper time, meeting with folks. And it's kind of open if people want to be here and kind of chat a little bit. And just be aware that as the night goes on, you know, we go into grand silence at 8 o'clock. So it's okay, I guess, to chat in here after that time if you're not observing that. But just be aware that it's kind of confined to this area so that we're not out, you know, chatting it up out there. Okay. And then we have a conference tomorrow for 1 hour, 1 to 2 p.m. And that's really a very brief summation, but more so it's a kind of a closing circle for us to share more broadly our experience here on the weekend. So I don't know if people have, you know, travel issues, but if you can be here for it, it allows you to not have to race out in the morning as well. You can really enjoy the morning and get that part of the time here. Also, out of generous hospitality, Father Garrick and the staff here, Joy, want us to know that if you want to have an option to stay tomorrow night, you can do that. You just need to be checked out by 9 o'clock on Monday. So, and there's a little additional, I don't know what the fee is for that, but, or
It's already
donation.
in the registration.
Oh, it's in that already. So that's there. Yeah. So,
Comment if they're going to, and you want to have lunch and dinner tomorrow night, if you're going to stay, we need to check the box at the refectory where we've been eating and let them know so they can.
right, so they know how many. So if you're staying, you know, for our final conference, that's at 1. So that means you will be there for dinner time, but then add, if you're going to stay through, add the supper in the evening so they know. Any questions about that or comments here? So, because we're coming to the end of this, the kind of some of the content that I've been sharing, and you know that I'm drawing very heavily from Treleaven's book, and I've really basically outlined it in terms of the principles. It's a useful resource if this kind of thing interests you on other levels, you like bringing it into counseling or other work that you're doing.
I didn't spell his name.
Treleaven, Treleaven. It's called Trauma Sensitive Mindfulness, Practices for Safe and Transformative Healing. And I want to make sure that's clear. I'm giving him his due because I'm used a number of quotes from him and direct stuff from the book. So This little brief, just some brief comments, and then we'll get a little more practice in as well. This one is about integrating mindfulness into your daily life. Some of you, that's maybe already the case. So I was going to do a whole list of things you should do and the kinds of candles you should buy and whatever, you know, and I decided against that. And instead, I want to just talk for just a couple moments about patience. If you're really going to engage the practice in any serious way, in any consistent way, it's going to take some patience. And it's really important. It's John Kabat-Zinn, in one of his books, he talks about different attitudes to bring to the practice, his 7 attitudes. And one of them he highlights is patience. And it's really important to have an attitude of patience, especially when you're hurting. You know, because we want it to end, to go away. And it doesn't always just go away immediately. And so sometimes, and I've had this experience, especially early on, you know, it's like I wanted to then give it up. It's like, well, it's not working for me, you know, whatever that means, working. So if you are or have, you know, committed yourself to further to mindfulness meditation, you are going to experience some ups and downs and some joys and some challenges in the practice, even pitfalls. It's part of the journey in mindfulness. And took some thoughts from James Finley. He has a great book, Christian Meditation. And in it, he talks a lot about kind of the nuts and bolts of the practice, you know, and what's really happening. And he says, if you're going to be a fair weather meditator, meditating only occasionally in moments that seem conducive to it, you are likely to avoid many of the challenges a commitment to daily meditation can bring. But then again, you will also miss out on the full potential of self-transformation and spiritual fulfillment that meditation also provides. We have a sterling example of that here at the monastery, the monks who have dedicated their whole life to a life of prayer. And we don't all have to become monks, but if you could steal a couple of guys from here, it'd probably be pretty good if you could get the numbers up. But that's a more a full expression, more extreme example of that, you know. But we can make a commitment too, and go through the ups and downs, you know, stick with it, not just when it feels good. Because you'll notice a lot of times in the practice, you don't come away feeling great, you know. Sometimes you do, but it's not all warm fuzzies, you know, if we're going to pay attention to everything. And remember, it's not really about the practice. It's about living a mindful life, a life of deep presence, of non-judgmental awareness, maintaining a life of awareness that's rooted in friendship and love and kindness towards yourself and towards others and towards life itself, especially when it sometimes doesn't deliver the way you want it to. Can we still stay in it, you know? And the way to a mindful life is through the practice. So be patient. Stay with it. As you meditate, you will inevitably have to deal at times with distracting thoughts, invasive memories, and disturbing emotions. Just get support for that and get back in your window of tolerance and find stability and find the support of a community or at least one other person, a friend. You know, the traditional definition of patience has to do with the ability to give a kind of calm attention to something for a period of time. You know, like you're being very patient. It demonstrates that we understand and accept the fact that sometimes things must unfold in their own time. And there's no need to be impatient with ourselves because we find the mind judging all the time, or because we've been practicing for some time and nothing positive seems to be happening. We grow in wisdom when we come to understand experientially that the mind will wander, and rather than getting frustrated or agitated by that fact, we can accept that reality and also choose not to get caught up in that wandering. In 2016, my family and I spent Christmas up in New York City. We had come back to visit, and it was very cold when we were there. So I hate to admit it because it was only a few blocks, but we decided to grab a cab because it was so cold, which is fine. It's hard to do in New York to find a cab when it's freezing or when it's raining. But we got in the cab, so it was my two sons, my wife, myself. So I ended up in the front seat of the cab. And we were traveling to our destination. And I decided to chat up the driver a little bit, which I don't always do. But so I asked him what brought him to New York. And he told me that he was a Muslim scholar who came to the US to go to university. When I asked more about his studies, he began speaking about his love for the great Sufi mystics. That was a nice surprise. And for most of the way on our trip, he offered me these deep and beautiful quotes from this rich tradition, this cab driver. After a while, I said, "What university did you attend or are you attending in New York?" "I never went," he said. "I've been driving this cab for many years." He paused when we were at a corner and he waved a car to move up in front of us. And as he waited, I could see him looking out the window for a moment. And then he continued on. "I had 6 children and had to keep driving a cab to support my family. So I never went to school because of my responsibility to them. I kept thinking one day I would return to my studies, but it never happened, and I became old as I waited patiently." He exhaled and continued. "Those children were, for a long time, the source of my greatest disappointment. But in my caring for them over time, with patience, they became the source of my greatest joy." He fell silent then, and soon we were arriving at our destination. Getting out of the cab, I turned and thanked him for the conversation. "Blessings to you and your family," he said. "May you always know the joy that they bring." I was like, wow, is this guy looking for a big tip or what's going on? I did not expect this at all. But it made me think about his patience. You know, he had this idea and he was really hard charging towards it. And then life happened, you know, and he found a way to live with that. And not only that, but to see the beauty and the joy in it. I mean, that's some real wisdom, kind of born of us, of suffering and this beautiful patience. I think the story illustrates these 2 meanings of patience. So we can have patience and we can also be a patient in that we are one who suffers and are waiting. The great psychologist William James says there are 2 kinds of people in the world: the once born and the twice born. Once born, people go away from suffering. They avoid it, cover it up, clean it up. Twice born people pay attention to suffering. And through their suffering, they confront that which is being invited into transformation. In the twice born life, adversity becomes an opportunity for awakening. The Sufi mystic Rumi, I was told by my cab driving friend, once wrote, "Don't turn your gaze away. Look toward the wound. That's where the light enters." So mindfulness can help us to cultivate this insight and this wisdom about our lives, in part by becoming more patient. And the practice invites us to befriend thinking, befriend experience, and even befriend our suffering, and to patiently live all that life has to offer. So I want to do actually a combination of two practices. We have not formally stretched together. So I think that would be good to start, and then we'll come to a stillness practice, a practice that we had mentioned a little while back called the body scan. So in both these practices, we're really keying in on the body and being patient with ourselves and what we notice and letting that unfold. So I think just because of where we are here and not getting too complicated, we'll just do a few standing stretches. So find a little spot if you can, and feel free to spread out a little bit, but you won't really need a lot of room. And if you're not up for standing for a while, you can adapt some of these from the seated position. In fact, I'll show you with as we do it. And it's just a way for us to stretch in a nice way, stretch out, but also be in contact with our own bodies and work with our own bodies and adjust where we need to. So it starts by just standing with your feet flat on the floor, about hip distance apart or a little wider if that helps with balance for you. And the toes are pointing forward and the feet are parallel. And we're just making, as best we can, full contact with the floor. And then pulling up on the knees so that we activate the muscles in the legs. And we're also working with alignment here. So the legs are over the feet. And then checking that the hips are over the legs, which are over the feet. Sometimes we're leaning to one side and sometimes we need to based on our condition of our body. But doing your best to just align the body and stand firm. And then in the upper body, lengthening up through the spine. And letting the arms just hang alongside the body, palms facing the body. And if you want, for a moment, turn the palms forward, and that will just round the arms out a bit and open up the chest and let the shoulders release down. Nice big opening and lengthening in the upper body. And when you have that, you can just turn the palms, you can leave them facing forward, or you can turn them back to face the side body. And then leveling straight up through the head, through the neck and the head. And one way to check in that the head is level is you can think of the eyes and the tops of the ears being in line. If the eyes are dipping below the tops of the ears, you're probably dropping the head. Or you can also think of the jawline and the top of the head as being parallel to the floor. And just standing here, this is an active posture in yoga. Many of you know, it's usually called mountain pose. And it's thought that this is the base for all the other postures, that it all begins in mountain pose. And then when we're seated in meditation, that's a mountain pose also. And because of it's a mountain pose that helps us because we get in touch with the rootedness of the low body, like the base of the mountain that's connected to the earth and rises up from the earth. And then that the upper part of the body is like the peak of the mountain. So as we stand like this intentionally, we can even take in that kind of mountain energy. That every time that we're intentional in our life, it's like we are taking a stand for ourselves and for our life, for our vocation. And now we'll do a little stretch and just mind your neighbor here because we're going to sweep the arms out to the side. So you can stagger a little bit or come a little forward from where you are. And we're going to take straight arms, inhaling and raising them out to the side. And when we get up around shoulder height, just turning the palms up and then continuing up. Any amount that's okay for you. The full expression is to have the fingertips pointing up to the sky. But if that's not okay for you, then don't do that or do adapt it. Maybe just go part of the way. In fact, it's a good idea to go about 60% of the way at first, just to see, is it okay for me to continue so that you're not racing somewhere and then finding out that was too far. But we're reaching up and we can look up past the fingertips and reaching so that we get this long stretch in the side body. The feet are still firmly planted on the floor, but the upper body and through the arms is reaching up. And taking a nice inhalation, and as you exhale, slowly taking the arms down, slowly. So you get to feel the sensations of moving the arms and stretching the arms in this way, this tingling, this pulling or stretching, this heating up. And now this time, let's just take the right arm up, straight arm, lifting it up. And instead of pointing the fingertips, make a motion like you're grabbing for something that's just out of reach. This is often called picking grapes, but up in Georgia or over in Georgia, wherever we are, we call it picking peaches. It's the peach. It's a nice, juicy peach that's just out of reach. And so you're exerting a little bit of effort and stretch as you reach for it. And notice how this gives this nice expansive stretch on the right side. Maybe it's not nice, I don't know. And some compression on the left side. We're kind of arcing over that way. If you want to extend this out a little bit further, the way to do it is lifting the opposite heel, the left heel, keeping the toes and the ball of the foot on the floor and lifting up the left heel. And you'll notice that bows out the right side a little bit further. And doing all of this within what's okay for you, in your own physical window of tolerance. And if you lift with that heel, then placing the heel down, leveling the head, and slowly bringing the right arm down. And in yoga, what we do to one side, we do to the other side. So just inhaling the left arm up and reaching for that peach. And if you picked up the heel on the first side, then picking up the right heel, ball of the foot and the toes are on the ground. Placing the heel down, and gently, slowly taking the left arm down, and noticing the sensations and also what it feels in the body to be fatigued in certain parts of the body from raising the arms up. And do one more side stretch and notice how we're progressively stretching a little bit further out and leading up to that. So this time just inhaling both arms straight up overhead, taking hold of your left wrist with your fingers on the right hand, and then lengthening through the arms, keeping the head between the arms. And as you exhale, just leaning over to the right side, arcing over. And breathe through this. Sometimes when we're stretching, we hold the breath. And inhaling back up to the center point, swapping out the grip, exhaling over to the left side. Face is pointing forward. And inhaling back up to the center point. And slowly bringing the arms down. And just do a few shoulder rolls. So we're going to link the breath and the movement, making little circles with the shoulders, and start small and then see if there's room to open them up. Inhale and take the shoulders forward, and up. Exhale the shoulders back and down, making little circles. Inhaling forward and up. Exhaling back and down. Arms are just hanging and following the direction of the shoulders. And if there's room there for you and it's safe for you, then opening up those circles a bit more. And we can go in the opposite direction. Inhaling the shoulders back and up, exhaling them forward and down. And after you complete the next revolution, just letting the shoulders come to a neutral position and see if there's room for them to just release down. Now that we've loosened them up a little bit. And we'll just finally, last one, we'll just work with the neck a little bit. And we want to be very gentle with the neck. We won't do a complete turn with the neck, because when you take it all the way back, there can be a lot of compression on the back of the neck if you're used to that. So we'll just go kind of back and forth like a pendulum. So inhaling, and as you exhale, just drop the chin towards the center of the chest. Any amount. You may be touching your chest with your chin, or you might be miles away. It's fine. Just be wherever you are and let gravity do the work. You don't have to force this. As soon as we take the head off its axis, we're putting a lot more pressure from gravity there, so it can help us bring the head down and stretch the back of the neck. You can even take your fingertips to the back of the neck and give yourself a little massage, and also get to know where there's some tightness or tension. And if you've been giving yourself a massage, just drop the arms down, and then inhaling as we take the head over to the right side. The face is pointing forward and the right ear is over the right shoulder. Get this long stretch on the left side of the neck down into the shoulder. And then we also get this compression on the right side. And check out to see if your shoulder is kind of creeping up to meet your ear. Let the shoulder release down, that right shoulder, both shoulders. And just let the left side of the neck stretch out. And then as you exhale, rolling back to the center of the chest, your chin at the center of the chest, and inhaling over to the left side, face pointing forward. And then on your own, exhaling to the center point, inhaling to one side, exhaling to the center point, and inhaling to the next side. And doing that at your own pace a little bit, kind of just like a pendulum back and forth, loosening the neck up and also protecting the neck and minding the neck. You want to add a little variation as you come over to the first side. You can turn the chin toward the shoulder so that you're looking out down to the floor beyond the right shoulder. And notice as you turn the head that way, it engages some other muscles. And before rolling back to the center of the chest, turn your face forward again, and then come back to the center of the chest. Come to the second side. If you added that variation, add it on this side as well. And then when you have finished both sides, coming back to the center of the chest and very slowly just raising the head back up to level. And let's return to our seats. And actually, you can be on the floor or chair. Those are just a few very simple little stretches, and the idea, not getting into a whole yoga class, is that we want it to be very accessible to anybody. Anybody can stretch and learn a couple of stretches. So now I want to do our final practice. We've mentioned this before. It's often called a body scan or body sweeping. And we're just going to mentally scan through parts of the body. And we'll do it a little bit more extended than we did that first night when we just touched in on it. So get comfortable. And you can practice this with the eyes closed or the eyes open. You can be seated upright or you can lie down. Traditionally, this is practice lying down. So if you work on this on your own in a place where you have room and also you feel comfortable and safe, you can lie down on your back, separate the legs a little bit and separate the arms a little bit. What in yoga is called the corpse pose. People often think of it as a resting pose, but it's actually a very active pose. You lie down in that way. Feel free to do so if you want to now, but it's something you can do on your own. And let's mentally now, on an exhalation, scan down to the feet so that you hold your feet in awareness. And by that, I mean noticing the sensations in this part of the body right now in this moment. Sensations of warmth or coolness, tingling, numbness, whatever you notice, or maybe there's not much at all that you notice by way of sensation. And then just notice that, kind of neutral. And now releasing the feet from your awareness and mentally scanning up into the lower portion of the legs. Noticing the shins and the calf muscles. Any and all sensations that are here in the moment. The contact points, maybe with the clothing or floor or chair. And now moving up into the knee joints, noticing each of the knee joints in this moment. That place where the lower portion of the leg and the upper portion of the leg meet underneath the kneecap. And note too that we're visiting these different regions of the body, and I may mention a part of the body that you no longer have, or that has in some way been added to, pins or plates or anything else. And just noticing that then, the absence of a toe or the addition to the knee of some screws. And as we've said, notice that the body has this history. And so if you find yourself going back in time to that time when you injured yourself or had that surgery, or jumping ahead to a time when you need to get a surgery or have something looked at, then just recognize that the mind is moving about and simply invite it back to noticing these knees in this moment, just as they are. And now scanning up into the upper portion of the legs. Noticing these femur bones, the largest bones in the body. And perhaps noticing the muscles and tissue on the upper part of the leg. Allowing that awareness to go within, not just be on the surface and noticing contact points, but you can also mentally go inside the body and realize that there's blood coursing through veins and arteries. And following the lines of the legs, the outside line and the inside line of the legs up into the hip socket and into the groin. And noticing now the entirety of the pelvic region, the sit bones, the hips, and that pelvic basin where the abdomen sort of rests into. And you might even notice movement in the pelvic region as you breathe in and out, how the abdomen can move this area a bit. And noticing the hands and where the hands are making contact with the chair or parts of the body. You might even mentally scan across the fingers of the left hand and the palm of the left hand. Drawing your attention over to the right hand, mentally scanning from the thumb across the fingers, even noticing the spaces in between the fingers. Now mentally moving up into the lower portion of the arms, the forearms, from the wrist to the elbows. And noticing the upper portion of the arms, all the way up into the armpits and shoulder. Bringing the awareness now across the collarbones to the base of the neck. And noticing the entirety of the torso. Allowing the awareness to go within this area and noticing all the vital organs here. And as you breathe in and out, noticing the sensations of the lungs filling with air and releasing. And how the rib cage protects the lungs. These bones arcing back to the spine and connecting with the spine. Noticing other organs in the body here. The digestive tract, the stomach, the kidneys or kidney. And noticing when there are reactions to paying attention to parts of the body, organs that you have concerns about or have been in some way operated on or even taken out. And just notice that. And doing your best to be present to your own body as it is in this moment. And if it becomes overwhelming in some way, or you have any sense of coming out of your window of tolerance as you pay attention to your own body, then you can release that. You open the eyes. You can maybe go back to a different part of the body that feels more grounding or safe for you. And noticing now the central part of the chest where the heart resides. And tuning in a sense, listening in to the beating of your own heart in this moment. And if you have concerns about your heart, just letting that be there and still bringing your attention as best you can. And recognizing that though we are aging, though we have illness, though there has been accidents, though there are certain issues with certain parts of the body, that no matter what is wrong with you, there's more right with you than wrong with you in this moment, because you're here, breathing, present. Now moving up into the neck and throat. For some of us, this is a place of constriction, tightness, soreness, inflammation, burning, or maybe there's a sense of softness, relaxation, calm. And noticing the tip of the chin and following the jawline all the way back to the ears. Noticing the ears in this moment, their capacity to listen. Coming back to the center of the face and noticing the mouth, the lips, the gums and teeth. Noticing where the tongue is making contact inside the mouth with the floor of the mouth or roof of the mouth, the back of the teeth. Scanning up to the tip of the nose and noticing the nose and the nostrils and the air moving in and out of the nostrils. Perhaps there's congestion, or maybe there's free movement of the air, or one side is blocked up and the other one is open. Whatever there is to notice in this moment. Becoming aware of the eyes. And the forehead. Noticing the very top of the head. This skull protecting our incredible brains. And noticing the entirety of the head and face. Taking these last couple of moments, we visited these different regions of the body. And while we've noticed these various parts, it's helpful to also notice that we are also one body, and there is a wholeness to us. Even if we have histories of fractures and separations and disease, still we have a fullness in the body and a completeness. And that we might spend these last couple of moments, in a sense, coming home to our own bodies as a place to reside, as a place to live from. And even when they've let us down, that we can find some openness and forgiveness. And there's an opportunity here to have a sense of gratitude for this body that has carried you around as clumsily as it may have at times, or is now, or the pain that it also brings you. It still allows us to be in this life right now, and there's something of great value there to be grateful for. The poet Wendell Berry encourages us to be one with the world, with our environment, with our own bodies. And when they're troubling us and when we're anxious, he encourages us to reconnect, to be in relationship. This poem is called The Peace of Wild Things. When despair for the world grows in me, and I wake in the night at the least sound, in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be, I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water, and the great heron feeds. And I come into the peace of wild things who do not tax their lives with forethought of grief. I come into the presence of still water, and I feel above me the day-blind stars waiting with their light. For a time, I rest in the grace of the world, and I am free. So now just a gentle transition from this time of stillness. It's a somewhat abbreviated body scan. You can find body scans that will take you in great detail through the body for an hour or so. So with regard to resources, there's a lot that can be found online. Any of these practices that we just did this weekend, there are recordings for those online. And the Mindfulness Center of Atlanta has resources on there as well, including books like this and others that you might be interested in. So that's our formal part of the program for today. There's individual conferences and open time this evening. And feel free to gather and hear if you like. And supper is at, let's see, 5. Yeah, 5 o'clock. So you have a little bit of time now. I'm happy to hang around here too if anybody has any questions or anything. Was there anything else in the chat from our friends?
Not currently.
Okay. And I want to encourage you guys to come back as well tomorrow. It'll be mainly a kind of closing circle, but we can arrange for you to do that in your little cohort there that's been meeting. So please come back at 1 Eastern time, that is it? Yeah.
Well, there's a thank you very much from Gabby and Jackson.
Oh, that was very nice of Gabby and Jackson. Yeah. Great. It was good to have you.
We often have access to the recording if you're wanting to.
Yeah, how does that work?
Everyone who's registered, you're just going to get a link to the recording. That'll probably be Monday. It needs to be down for this. Thank you.
And probably edited, but we won't be able to do that. So, well, now there's evidence. That's not good. It's too late. Yeah.
Question about 4 a.m. chanting with the monks.
Yes.
The building directly across from the parking lot.
That's the library. The church is beyond that. So you go to the end of the bridge and take a right on the side, lead right to the church.
Okay, we did find the library, and then we saw the monks section where it said do not enter. We saw the.
Well, you're a retreat, so you have access to the church, okay?
Okay.
So you just keep walking beyond the library, when you next still it's the church.
Okay.
It peels off to the left a little. The enclosure is straight away. That's probably the sign, I guess you saw. But you go this way and you can enter the church right there.
Oh, yeah, one set to the left where the monks monasteries, you do not enter.
Yeah, just go under that little overpass by the library and keep on that sidewalk and it just curls. You'll see it when you get up there.
Okay,
The entrance is to the church then.
we'll just, okay, oh, are you going for it? Okay, all right, great. And second question, if we have an appointment with Father or
Yeah.
Francis? Garrett?
Father Garrett.
Father
yeah.
Garrett,
Yeah, that's tomorrow, right?
Right, yeah.
where will that be?
In my little office, as you come in the door to the left.
Here to,
Yeah.
okay. Excellent.
So we have more of those individual times for this evening, I think, it's booked up, but tomorrow for me or Father Garrett, we're around. And there are prayers this evening after supper, 6 o'clock and 7:30. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We took separate times, if somebody would want to meet with you that haven't been able to, Christina, if you just come together. And that will,
It's fine if you want. We can open up that's for this evening. If you want to do that, yeah.
So, yeah, my mom signed up for 6:35, 55, and I signed up for 77, 20. But we could.
Let's put you in your mom's session, and if nobody signs up, then I'm off early.
Okay.
But I'm happy if someone